Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina. We're here in dockets number 2019-224E and 2025, 219 225E, excuse me. This is the Duke Company's IRP. Let's take a brief moment of silence. Thank you so much. We're going to take roll now. Present in the hearing room are Commissioners Caston, Powers, Vice Chairman Belzer, and Chairman Williams. Joining us virtually are Commissioners Thomas and Irvin. Before we get started, are there any preliminary matters we need to take up? Okay, hearing none, let's briefly go over our schedule for the day. Obviously, we're starting at 9. The plan is to go from 9 a.m. to 10:30, take a 15-minute break, 10:45 to 12:15, take another 15-minute break, finish up 12:30 to 1, take lunch from 1 to 2, come back at 2, go until 3:30, break for 15 minutes, 3:45 to 5:15, take another break, and then finish up 5:30 to 6 p.m. As we said before, the goal is not to go past 6 p.m., but if we have the ability to finish up a witness as opposed to leaving them hanging until the next day, we're going to try to finish up with that witness. Something I forgot to mention yesterday is that there's a transcript request form on the Public Service Commission of South Carolina's website. So any party, if you plan on requesting a transcript, if you would go ahead and fill out that form and submit it to the appropriate point of contact. I think it's listed on the website. Could you please do that now to make sure that our court reporter knows how many transcripts she needs or whether or not parties want a transcript so she can start planning accordingly. If there's not anything else before the next witness takes the stand, we will move forward. Anything else before the next witness is called? All right. Attorney Doolin, will you please call your next witness?
Mr. Chairman, this is Sam Wellborn for Duke Carolinas and Duke Progress. I'll be presenting our first witness, if that pleases the commission.
Absolutely, Attorney Wellborn. Please call your next witness.
Thank you, sir. And as part of our witness order that we submitted to the commission, we had indicated that we would present the direct and rebuttal testimonies of Mr. Brunson together during this phase, and the same for Mr. Wintermantle. So if it suits you, we'll plan to move forward with that and call Mr. Brunson to the stand.
Suits me fine, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. The companies would call Mr. Leon Brunson to the stand.
Mr. Brunson, would you please take the stand, sir? Mr. Brunson, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
All right. Attorney Wellborn, your show.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brunson, will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Leon Brunson.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed as a lead load forecast analyst for Duke Energy Business Services.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared 14 pages of direct testimony that were pre-filed with the commission in this proceeding?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions that were contained within your pre-filed direct testimony this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would ask that Mr. Brunson's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Brunson's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Brunson, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one exhibit that was attached to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that exhibit at this time?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Brunson's pre-filed direct exhibit 1 be entered as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Brunson's pre-filed direct exhibit will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit 10.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brunson, as lead load forecast analyst, what are you responsible for?
I'm responsible for producing the load forecast for the DEC and DEP service areas.
What's your background in these matters?
I have over 15 years experience in the utility industry, all served as a load forecaster. I was employed by the Exelon Corporation from 2005 to 2013 where I was responsible for the electric and gas load forecast and design day forecast. I joined Duke Energy in 2013 as a lead load forecaster for Duke Energy Ohio and Duke Energy Kentucky service areas. In 2017, I joined the DEC and DEP load forecast team.
Thank you. And what is the role of the load forecast in the IRP?
The load forecast provides the best information on future energy and peak demand growth, which informs the planning and decision-making processes of every part of the IRP. Resource adequacy and system reliability are important pillar of IRPs, which the load forecast is a primary input. The models used to develop the forecast, along with their underlying inputs, assumptions, predict energy and demand growth that are vital to determining future resource reliability system needs.
Thank you. And if you would, please summarize the 2020 IRP peak load forecast and discuss the factors that drove the forecast as compared to 2019 IRP.
Both the DEC and the 2020 IRP peak load forecast had lower peak levels compared to the 2019 forecast. DEC had a lower growth rate compared to the previous year. Lower 2019 actual peaks, slower economic growth assumptions, added voltage control assumptions, and continuous improvement to the load forecasting process attributed to the lower peak load forecast for both jurisdictions.
And what forecasts did the companies use when they developed the 2020 IRPs?
The companies rely on their respective spring 2020 forecast, which provide projections of the energy and peak demand needs for the DEP and DEC service. The forecast covers the time period from 2021 to 2035 and represents the electricity needs of the system, which includes retail and wholesale customers.
Thank you. And how did the companies develop the energy projections that were relied upon in the IRP load forecast?
Econometric models and statistically adjusted in-use models are used to develop the energy forecast. Inputs to the models include energy history, weather, electric prices, economic drivers, and federal appliance efficiency trends. Additional projections are layered onto these forecasts, including rooftop solar, electric vehicles, utility energy efficiency, and voltage control constraints.
And was the COVID-19 pandemic included as part of the load forecast modeling?
The spring 2024 developed using Moody's economic inputs as of January 2020. Therefore, the disruptions experienced due to COVID-19 are not incorporated in this forecast. Based on 2020 demand observations to date, it appears that the COVID-19 impact to peak demand was relatively insignificant. We continue to evaluate the impacts and update future forecasts for expected impacts.
And why do you believe that the longer term impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic will be, quote, insignificant?
There were signs early on that the economy was resilient in this crisis, and as a result, economic growth continued in some sectors, offsetting declines in others. DEC and DEP 2020 energy sales fell sharply during the shutdown periods between March and May 2020, but rapidly recovered once businesses began returning on a normal or near normal operations. DEP's peak demand came in as expected, while DEC's summer peak demand came in 2.9% above expectations. These results indicate that peak demand, the most essential part of the load forecast, is less sensitive to negative shocks to the economy than energy sales.
Now, how often is the load forecast updated?
The IRPs look forward over a 15-year planning horizon, and the load forecast is refreshed each year with the latest economic assumptions. While 2020 was an unusual year at this time, companies are not aware of any established structural changes resulting from COVID-19 pandemic that will have a significant long-term effect on the IRP.
Mr. Brunson, what is the residential sales forecast comprised of, and how is it derived?
The residential sales forecast is comprised of two projections. The first is the number of residential customers, which is driven by population. The second is energy usage per customer, which is driven by weather, regional economic and demographic trends, electricity prices, and appliance efficiencies. The use per forecast is essentially flat through much of the forecast horizon. So most of the residential energy forecast growth is driven by customer growth.
And so what is that growth? What is the residential forecasted growth rate per year?
The annual growth rate of residential energy sales in the 2020 forecast is 1% for DEC and 1.4% for DEP. 2019 residential customer growth, a primary driver in the residential sales growth forecast for DEC and DEP, was 2.1% and 1.4% respectively. Residential forecast growth includes utility energy efficiency programs, rooftop solar, and electric vehicle forecast from 2021 to 2035.
And what is the commercial forecasted growth rate per year?
Commercial sales are also forecast with a statistically adjusted in-use model. The model includes weather, electricity prices, real household income, total employment, and commercial in-use efficiency projections. Commercial energy sales are expected to grow 0.5% per year for DEC and 0.2% per year for DEP over the 15-year forecast period.
And for the industrial sales forecast, what is that comprised of, and what is the forecasted growth rate for industrial?
The industrial forecasted by a standard econometric model with drivers such as total manufacturing output and the price of electricity. Overall, industrial sales are expected to decline 0.2% per year for both DEC and DEP. Both DEC and DEP continue to lose large traditional industrial customers due to global competition and advances in technology.
How did the load forecast incorporate weather impacts?
Weather impacts are incorporated into the energy models using daily weather from the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, which is commonly known as NOAA. This projection of normal weather is based on a 30-year average, which is updated every year. Weather impacts are also incorporated into peak demand models using peak daily temperatures from NOAA. The projection of peak normal weather is developed using a ranked average methodology based on 30 years of peak weather, which is also updated every year.
And you mentioned that energy efficiency programs are accounted for in the load forecast. Can you explain how that is done?
Sure. As witness Bach testified yesterday, energy efficiency programs continue to have a large impact on the acceleration of the adoption of energy efficiency. However, careful attention must be paid to avoid double counting of savings from energy efficiency programs versus naturally occurring efficiency presented in different modeling approaches.
And finally, and related to that, how are rooftop solar and electric vehicles accounted for in the IRP's load forecast?
As will be discussed in more detail in witness Columba's testimony, behind-the-meter solar generation reduces the effective load that Duke Energy serves, while plug-in electric vehicles charging increases load on the system. Rooftop solar generation and electric vehicle load are forecasted independently and then combined with the base load and energy efficiency impacts to produce the final electric load forecast.
Thank you, Mr. Brunson. And we'll switch over to your rebuttal testimony now. Did you prepare or cause to be prepared 10 pages of pre-filed rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions that were contained within your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would ask that Mr. Brunson's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Brunson's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brunson, environmental parties witness John Wilson stated, economic forecasts have generally been lowered since January 2020, so peak loads in the coming years are likely to be somewhat lower than reflected in the company's forecasts. How do you respond?
Contrary to Mr. Wilson's assertion that peak loads are likely to be somewhat lower, the actual data from 2020 shows DEP summer peak came in as expected, as I mentioned earlier, while DEC summer peak demand came in 2.9% above expectations. Further updated data shows that electric consumption for 2020 actually rebounded from where it was reflected in the data in my direct testimony, which was based on the first 9 months of 2020. Lastly, 2021 forecasted growth rate data from Blue Chip Economic Indicator Survey shows a 1.9% GDP forecast as of January 2020, which was in line with the Moody's forecast growth rate relied on for the 2020 load forecast for the IRPs. That 1.9% forecast for year 2021 has been revised upward every year to date, as indicated in the Brunson 1 chart on page 4 of the Brunson rebuttal testimony. And this is an example of the economics. This is an example that the economic drivers in the load forecast are reasonable, if not conservative.
Thank you, Mr. Brunson. And you said that load forecasts have been revised upward every year to date. Did you mean every month to date?
Every month to date, sorry.
Thank you, sir. CCBA witness Lucas states that DEC's annual summer peak demand forecast incorporates forecast errors based on the illustration of DEC's previous load forecasts in figure 30 of his testimony. How do you respond to that?
Mr. Lucas' load forecast error argument is based on the flawed assumption that there's perfect symmetry between the fundamentals forecast and the peak load forecast assumptions, input drivers, and methodologies. Errors exist in both, but for totally different reasons, one market-driven and the other driven by economics. It is well documented that macroeconomics economists worldwide continuously over-forecasted economic growth during and after the Great Recession due to its uniqueness, which resulted in forecast errors not only for DEC and DEP, but in other utilities and industries as well. It should be noted that the Lucas assessment is based on this unique time period.
Thank you. And Mr. Lucas had also stated that DEC's annual summer peak demand forecast increased by 1.7% per year in the early 2010s before shifting to an annual increase of 1.0% in more recent years, quote, despite clear evidence that of flat to declining load growth. How do you respond to that?
It should be noted DEC's summer peak forecast growth has declined every forecast since 2016, and it has a forecasted compound annual growth rate, commonly known as a CAGR, of 0.8% in the 2020 IRP. Mr. Lucas' claim of forecast error understates the dynamic nature of the load forecast process. Changes in assumptions regarding future appliance intensities, economic conditions, and demographic trends are just a few of the factors that had a role in lowering the DEC summer peak forecast to 0.8% compared to a summer peak forecast a decade ago. This underscores the importance of evaluating changes in the underlying factors rather than attempting to make generalizations based on very broad trends.
And what about Mr. Lucas's critique of the company's historical summer peak growth?
I find that Mr. Lucas' critique of DEC's historical summer peak growth also questionable. While he stated to calculate CAGRs based between 2010 and 2020, the data was actually selectively based on an 8-year period from 2012 to 2020. The summer peak CAGRs for the actual 10-year period between 2010 and 2020 are actually 1.48 and 1.39 respectively, not the lower amounts of negative 0.37 and 0.06 as stated by Mr. Lucas. Disparate CAGRs also illustrate how problematic it is to rely on CAGRs alone to assess historical peak load growth rates without considering the underlying factors in an assessment of the historical peak load growth. Failing to account for these underlying factors when comparing load growth from two different and subjective time periods can lead to misleading conclusions, misstated load expectations, and a potentially compromised ability to meet load.
And finally, Mr. Brunson, can you please explain what influenced the 2020 summer peak demand?
We now know that the 2020 summer peak was driven by economic and policy forces influenced by the pandemic, resulting in higher than expected load from the residential sector due to remote work and remote school mandates, higher than expected industrial load due to strong demand for durable products related to work at home and leisure at home demands, and non-durable products related to health prevention and maintenance, and lower but recovering demand from the commercial sector. While demand from hotels and restaurants were down, increased demands from other retailers and wholesalers like Amazon and Walmart partially offset demand losses suffered in the restaurant and accommodation sectors.
Thank you, Mr. Brunson. If you'll please make yourself available now for questions from council and the commission.
Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ben Snowden for CCBA. We do not have any questions for Mr. Brunson.
South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Sierra Club, Natural Resources Defense Council, Upstate Forever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Kate Mixon. We have no questions for this witness.
Johnson Development Associates.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Court Walsh for Johnson Development. We don't have any questions for the witness.
Vote Solar.
Taylor Spear for Vote Solar. No questions for Mr. Brunson.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Bateman with ORS. No questions for this witness. Thank you.
Commissioner questions. Commissioner Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brunson, good morning. I really just have one question. You were talking about population growth, and I noticed just recently that because of population growth, North Carolina's going to get a new congressman. Is the population growth separated out between how you see it in North Carolina and South Carolina, or is your projection a combination of the two states?
Our projection is a combination of the two states, but I actually know, I can tell you what the difference is between the two states from on a jurisdictional level.
Please share.
Sure. For example, for DEC for 2020, the population, when I say population, I'm saying our customer growth rate was 2.0%. But South Carolina, typically, the South Carolina part of DEC typically grows faster than the system. And in 2020, it was 2.4%. So that's a rule of thumb that historically has stood the test of time. South Carolina DEC grows faster than DEC system. Just the opposite for DEP. DEP, South Carolina growth is much lower in terms of customers compared to DEP system. However, and typically historically the growth rate has been 0.3%, maybe 0.4% on a good year. But surprisingly, last year, they grew over 1%, which was pretty outstanding. And so it'll be interesting to see if that part of the DEP system continues to grow in that manner.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Any other commissioner questions? Redirect.
No redirect, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Brunson, you may step down from the stand.
Thank you, sir.
Attorney Welborn, please call your next witness.
Yes, sir. And I'll turn things over to Ms. Doolin now.
Good morning, Attorney Doolin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. It's Rebecca Doolin. The company's call Matt Kalimba.
Mr. Kalimba, would you please take the stand? Mr. Kalimba, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kalimba. Mr. Kalimba, we barely can hear you in the hearing room. If you could increase your volume.
I will.
All right, Mr. Chairman, we'll get started. And if you're still having trouble hearing Mr. Kalimba, then just let us know and we'll adjust. So, Mr. Kalimba, can you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, I'm Matthew Kalimba, and I work at 526 South Church Street in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as the Director of Distributed Energy Technologies, Planning and Forecasting.
And did you cause to be pre-filed in this proceeding direct testimony consisting of 29 pages?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your direct testimony at this time?
I do. I have two small changes. First, on page 2, line 23, the word forecast should be forest. So the phrase reads, Lake Forest Graduate School should be Lake Forest Graduate School. Second, on page 14 of my direct testimony, line 15 should read, solar paired with storage resources in 2029 in DEP. The words in DEP should be inserted at the end of the sentence.
Mr. Chairman, we'll get an errata version of those pages over to the commission, as I understand has become standard practice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Mr. Kalimba, other than those changes, if I were to ask you those same questions that are in your direct testimony today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes, they would.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Kalimba's pre-filed direct testimony, as he has corrected it today from the stand, that it is entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Kalimba's corrected pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to walk through Mr. Kalimba's direct testimony with him in a Q&A format. Mr. Kalimba, can you give the commission a little bit more information about what you do for DEC and DEP?
Sure. I lead the team that develops the long-term forecast for renewable energy resources, such as solar and solar paired with battery storage for DEC and DEP. We also develop the forecast for rooftop solar and electric vehicles, which are incorporated into the IRP forecast, load forecast. I'm also responsible for applying the results of the third-party studies on capacity value of solar and battery storage into the IRP. Finally, I'm responsible for approving the capital and operating cost assumptions for solar, solar plus storage, standalone storage, and wind resources.
So fair to say you're the renewables guy in this proceeding, is that right?
I think that's fair to say.
And is this your first time testifying before the commission?
It is.
Great. Can you give the commission an overview of your direct testimony, please?
Sure. My direct testimony summarizes the solar, wind, and battery storage assumptions that were used in the development of the IRPs. My direct testimony also describes how the companies applied the results of the storage ELCC study to the IRP. Finally, I describe the electric vehicle and net metering forecasts that act as load modifiers to the DEC and DEP system load forecasts.
To start, can you describe what some of the key policy drivers are for renewable energy in the Carolinas?
Yes. So as my testimony describes, beginning on page 4, there are several federal and state laws and policies that we expect to drive renewable development. Under PURPA, the companies are required to purchase all of the output of certain renewable energy facilities. North Carolina House Bill 589 also has several programs driving the growth of renewable energy, such as the North Carolina Green Source Advantage Program, a community solar program, and the Competitive Procurement of Renewable Energy Program, or CPRE. We also expect additional solar to materialize under Act 62 through its PURPA implementation and the South Carolina Green Source Advantage Program. Solar development expected under these policy objectives is forced into the IRP model as an input, as opposed to solar that can be economically selected by the model. I think you're on mute.
Sorry, I was trying to mute in between. On page 8 of your direct testimony, you describe 3 different renewables cases that you created for the IRP. Can you describe those for the commission?
Sure. So Act 62 requires 3 levels of renewable energy to be evaluated in the IRP: a base case, a high case, and a low case. Each of these cases includes different assumptions regarding adoption of renewable energy, along with varying interconnection constraints. Each of the 6 portfolios either uses the base or the high renewables case. The base case is used for 3 of the portfolios. So that would be in the base case with, the base with carbon policy, the base without carbon policy, and the earliest practicable coal retirement portfolio. The other 3 portfolios use the high renewables case. So that would be the 270% carbon reduction portfolios and the no new gas portfolio. Additionally, the high and low renewable cases were each tested as sensitivities in the base with carbon policy portfolio. This means that the base renewables, that the base renewable case assumptions were removed and replaced with the high and low case assumptions separately in order to assess the impact on the resource plan.
let's first talk about the base case with carbon and the base case without carbon. Can you describe the difference in the solar projections between these two portfolios?
Sure. So figure 1 and figure 2 of my direct testimony show the solar projections for these two portfolios. I'd ask my attorney to show these figures on the WebEx for convenience.
If you would enlarge that document for us. Thank you.
Okay, so this first figure, figure 1, is the DEC solar projections for the base without carbon policy and the base with carbon policy portfolios. So let's focus on the orange line first, which is the base without carbon policy. So as I mentioned before, we did an input or force in, quote unquote, force in additional solar into the projections for both the base without carbon policy and the base with carbon policy. So the orange line again represents that first portfolio, the base without carbon policy, and you can see that solar growth continues through 2030 and then flattens out beyond there. If I shift your attention to the yellow line, which represents the solar in the base with carbon policy, the addition of that carbon policy incents the model to economically select additional solar beginning in 2024. So that's the difference between the base without carbon policy and the base with carbon policy, is that the model is economically selecting additional solar once there's a carbon policy added into that portfolio. And then if we switch to figure 2, which is the same graph representing the DEP solar projections, you see that again, solar in DEP in the base without carbon policy flattens in the 2030 timeframe. And again, the model starts to economically select solar plus storage in this case in the base with carbon policy beginning in around 2029. Those figures represent the differences between the solar projections in those two cases.
Thank you. Sorry, it's a little clunky getting on and off this chair for the first time. I'll get better at this, I hope. Thank you, Mr. Kalimba. And can you describe for the commission what the difference is in the amount of total renewable energy, so not just solar, but the total renewable energy that's expected in the base without carbon policy portfolio as compared to the base with carbon?
Okay. So as figure 3 of my direct testimony shows, DEC and DEP expect approximately 8,600 megawatts of renewable energy by 2035 under the base without carbon policy. The base case with carbon portfolio adds approximately 4,000 megawatts to reach 12,300 megawatts within that same time period.
Thank you. And moving to battery storage, how did the companies evaluate battery storage or energy storage in the IRPs?
Sure. As described on page 22 of my direct testimony, the companies considered both standalone storage as well as storage paired with solar. The companies input these technologies into the model and also allowed the model, for economic additions of incremental battery storage.
And how did the companies utilize industry cost projections in reviewing their own internal third-party cost projections for battery storage?
So the companies evaluated a number of industry cost projections published by sources such as NREL, Lazard, and Pacific Northwest National Laboratories, or PNNL, to compare the company's battery storage cost projections to those of the industry. Based on this benchmarking, the companies did make adjustments to the battery storage cost projections to better align with industry projections.
And can you give the commission an example of one of those changes that was made when you compared the internal cost projections with the industry cost projections?
Yes, so as my direct testimony describes, in projecting battery storage costs, one important cost is around how to account for the degradation of the battery over time. So degradation essentially means the process by which the battery loses energy capacity over time. And there's really two strategies that can be used to address degradation. First, the battery system can be overbuilt, meaning that additional battery cells are included in the additional design to maintain the desired usable energy of the battery over the life of the asset. Alternatively, an augmentation strategy can be used where additional battery cells are added over time to maintain the energy capacity of the battery system. One of the changes that the company's made to their battery storage costs to more closely align with industry publications is to change from that overbuild strategy to an augmentation strategy.
And next, I want to briefly address the storage ELCC study. That's a mouthful that Estrape performed for the companies. I'm sure that Mr. Wintermantle will cover this in greater detail later, but could you just generally tell the commission what is meant by an ELCC study? What does that mean?
Yeah, so ELCC stands for effective load carrying capability. So that's a technical way of saying capacity value. So the storage ELCC study evaluates the capacity value that storage resources can provide towards meeting the company's winter peak demand.
And why did the companies engage Estrape to perform this study?
Sure. So to properly evaluate resources in an IRP, it's important to know the capacity value of all the resources so that we can understand their contribution to meeting winter peak demand. As my direct testimony describes on page 20, a 100 megawatt resource with 100% winter capacity value can provide 100 megawatts toward meeting winter peak demand. A resource that has an 80% winter capacity value can provide 80 megawatts toward meeting that same winter peak demand.
And how did the companies use the results of the storage ELCC study?
So the companies use the results of the ELCC study to calculate the capacity value of adding incremental blocks of battery storage across the various portfolios.
And finally, the last topic. You are responsible for the assumptions behind a rooftop solar forecast and also the electric vehicle forecast. I believe the commission heard a little bit about that from the previous witness, Mr. Brunson, but you're responsible for developing those forecasts. Is that right?
That's right.
And can you generally describe the assumptions around those technologies as you described in your direct testimony, please?
Sure. I think it'd be helpful if you could show tables 5A and 5B for my direct testimony, if you don't mind putting those up. So as my direct testimony describes, first of all, can everyone see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So as my direct testimony describes on page 26, based on the assumptions used at the time the forecast was developed, we anticipate a net increase in rooftop solar adoption in the Carolinas. So if you look at table 5A, and I'm not going to go through all of these numbers, but let's focus on South Carolina for a minute. In 2021, we show about 0.5% of customers adopting rooftop solar. And by 2035, we're just over 9.1%, or just over 9%, sorry, in 2035 in DEC. If we focus on DEP, again, you see an increase and you see us move from roughly 0.8% in South Carolina to 5.5% in 2035 in South Carolina. So if we want to move on to the electric vehicle table next, so that'd be tables 6A and 6B. Again, you can see that over time, we're assuming that we see an increase in electric vehicles. So we move in DEC from just over 0.2% of the vehicle fleet being electrified to about 7.3% of the vehicle fleet being electrified. And same with DEP, so we're seeing about 0.2 up to 8.1% in 2035.
Thank you, Mr. Kalimba. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kalimba is available to be cross-examined by opposing counsel and by the commission.
Thank you, ma'am. Carolina Clean Energy Business Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Snowden for the Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association. We do have a few questions for Mr. Kalimba on direct.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Kalimba. As I said, I'm Ben Snowden with CCBA. It's nice to see you this morning. So Mr. Kalimba, on page 7 of your direct testimony, you talk about your expectations for the future growth of solar in South Carolina. Is that right?
That's right.
And you talk a bit about PERPA PPAs, and you say that 10-year PPAs are available to QFs contracting under avoided cost rates. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and those avoided cost rates were most recently approved by the Commission in the 2019 avoided cost docket?
Yes, I believe they were approved in January of this year. I'm sorry, of 20. Yeah.
Yeah, the last year has been a bit of a blur. So.
Yes.
So, Mr. Kalimba, you also testify that these 10-year terms will be available to QFs in South Carolina until DEC and DEP each have executed IAs, interconnection agreements, and PPAs, power purchase agreements, with aggregated nameplate capacity equal to 20% of the previous 5-year South Carolina peak load. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, so that's correct. That's my testimony on page 7.
I know that's a mouthful. So basically, when each of the utilities, DEC and DEP, hits 20% saturation, so to speak, or penetration, so to speak, those 10-year PPAs will no longer be available. Is that right?
That's right. That's correct. Well, so it's up to the. I'm sorry. So it's really at that point, it's up to the Commission, I believe, to open another proceeding to determine the path forward from that point on.
Understood. Thank you. So is it the case that Duke's modeling assumes that PERPA QFs will be developed all the way up to that 20% threshold in DEP and DEC?
Yeah, so we took the stance that Act 62, provides a supportive policy framework for additional renewables. And so I think that, in combination with the fact that we have over 5,000 megawatts of solar in the interconnection queues in South Carolina alone, really prompted us to include that level of solar in the IRP over the course of the planning horizon. So we do project in the IRP hitting that 20% mark.
Okay, and that's
I will say there are no hard targets within the South Carolina Act 62 that's mandating, if you will, that solar to come online. But that was our projections at the time based on the level of solar in the interconnection queues and the 10-year contracts.
Thank you. And so that assumption is made in each of the cases, right? The base, low, and high renewables cases?
Yes, that same assumption would be in there it would be in there for the base and the high. In the low, we do remove solar, and that solar could be part of the that bucket of renewables. So we force in solar in the base and the high case. In the low case, we reduce the amount that we're forcing in. It's could be due to QS not coming online as quickly as we expected. It could be due to increased interconnection constraints and limits. So in the low case, it's a little bit different. I wouldn't necessarily say that the bucket that we're reducing is directly related to South Carolina Act 62, but I just do want to clarify that we're forcing in less solar in that low renewable case.
Okay, understood. Thank you. So this amount of solar that's required to hit the 20% threshold, so that would represent about 260 megawatts of additional QF solar in DEP. Is that right?
260 in DEP, about 800 in DEC.
Thank you. So the currently effective avoided cost rates for those 10-year PPAs were approved at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. But the effective date of those rates was November 2018. Is that right?
Subject to check.
When Duke filed its application for those rates.
Right.
So, Mr. Kalimba, Do you know about how many QFs have actually entered into 10-year contracts under the rates that the commission approved at the end of 2019?
Sure. To my knowledge, I think it's zero. Have actually signed contracts at that 10-year rate in South Carolina.
Okay, so since the approval of those rates, no contracts under those actual rates.
That's correct.
And Duke just filed an application for approval of new avoided cost rates last week, didn't it?
That's my understanding. I haven't reviewed that filing, but my understanding is that we did file new avoided cost rates.
All right, thank you. And do you know how the rates that the company requests in this application last week compare to the rates under the 2019 avoided cost schedule?
I actually don't know what the, I'm not familiar with, if there was a decline or an increase across that filing.
Okay, understood. Do you have any reason to believe that more QFs will seek contracts under the new 10-year rates than under the old ones?
I have no reason to believe that QFs won't sign under a 10-year contract. I mean, in North Carolina, we've seen that there are QFs signing at 5-year contracts, I believe. And so given that, I'm not quite sure what the rate difference is between those 5 years and those 10 years. But considering the fact that projects are signing a 5-year, I wouldn't say that it's impossible that solar QFs won't sign on to the 10-year contract in South Carolina. I would additionally say that the 800 and the 260 megawatt limit, if you will, in South Carolina, I think a portion of that obviously could be met by the GSA program in South Carolina that was recently approved. If there's projects that are coming online through CPRE that are located in South Carolina, that would also contribute towards hitting that 20%. So I'd say it's not all related to the 10-year contract. A fair amount of that is, though, I would imagine.
Understood. Thank you. And you mentioned GSA. The application window for the GSA program opened up in South Carolina, opened up pretty recently, didn't it?
I believe it opened up in March.
Okay. And do you know, if you can say, do you know about how many applications the company's received for that program?
I have not heard yet, but I'm expecting an update hopefully soon as we start to develop our projections for the upcoming IRP.
Thank you. So, Mr. Clem, I'd like to move on to page 9 of your direct testimony, where you talk about how renewables were modeled by Duke. And looking at page 9, you talk about the difference on this page between designated, mandated, and undesignated resources. And then on line 19, you say that expiring solar contracts are assumed to be replaced in kind by undesignated solar additions. What do you mean here by expiring solar contracts?
Sure. So there's QF contracts who are coming to the end of their contract period. Those contracts are beginning to expire. That we might have contracts from sub 138 in North Carolina, avoided costs that are going to be expiring in the next couple of years. And so our assumption is that those megawatts are replaced in kind. And I say that those additions may include existing or new facilities that enter into contracts that have not yet been executed.
So when you say replaced in kind, what does that mean?
We're using the same assumption for the technology. So we haven't seen any QFs to this point, and it may happen, but we haven't seen any QFs to this point modify their technology. So they're not moving from a fixed tilt to a single axis tracking technology. At least to our knowledge, we haven't seen anyone make that jump yet. So we're assuming as these contracts roll off, they're replaced in kind with the similar technology.
All right, understood. So what assumptions do you make about the cost of that energy?
Sure. So the assumptions in the IRP are that the all solar is actually priced the same. So all new solar coming into the IRP is the cost to construct that solar. So, you know, we're assuming that any new additions of solar are the singular costs that we're adding in there.
So those costs are based on Duke's capital cost to construct solar facilities. Is that right?
Well, they're based on a third-party estimate of capital costs, which, you know, as I talk about, and I think in my rebuttal, how they compare to, you know, industry projections, which are, you know, quite low. So yes, we do assume a base capital cost that we've developed through a third party.
And that capital cost, I know the exact number is confidential, but is it fair to say that that capital cost is quite a bit higher than the costs that Duke is currently paying under sort of PPAs entered into in the last few years?
So I wouldn't be able to say, given that the PPAs that we're paying for are, you know, maybe max 20-year contract, well, for CPRE, for instance, or 20-year contract. So I don't believe those PPAs are really capturing the full life cost of the asset. We're not capturing those, you know, the facilities that we're building are 30-year, or that we're projecting are 30-year assets. And so we're capturing the full cost to operate those facilities over the life of the asset. Whereas the PPA, we don't know what the assumptions are around things like end of life costs for those PPAs. So because they're only evaluating, or they're only bidding at the price for a 20-year period or a 10-year period based on, whereas, you know, we're looking at a 30-year asset when we put in our costs into the IRP. So we're using a full life cost of a facility, but if we're using a PPA cost, that again is just reflecting the cost for that term that the designed for.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand this. So take, for example, a 5-year PPA that the company is obligated to, well, the company's got a 5-year PPA with a solar facility at, say, a cost of $40 per megawatt hour, just hypothetically. Okay. Mm-hmm. So in the model, what happens at the end of that that 5-year term? Well, let me just stop right there. Would you agree that Duke's only obligation to compensate that solar that solar facility is set forth in that contract, right?
That's right.
So Duke does not have any obligation to pay the capital costs that the developer incurs, correct?
That's correct. Fair statement.
Okay, so strictly obligated to pay the cost under the PPA. So Duke's model assumes that when that 5-year PPA ends, Duke is still going to be obligated to pay the full 30-year capital costs that the company itself would be required to incur if it were building a new facility. Is that right?
Well, I will say that Witness Snyder covers this in much greater detail. In fact, I don't cover this at all in my testimony, but he certainly covers this in much greater detail in his rebuttal testimony, and I think that he can certainly elaborate on that in much greater detail than I can.
Okay, understood. But this is the approach that the company took in the modeling, whether for every contracted solar facility currently that currently has a contract with Duke. Is that right?
For every megawatt that is assumed to be on the system, or new megawatt that is added to the system, we use the same price.
Okay, so assuming that the current PPA price is lower than Duke's capital cost price, what happens in the model is at the end of the PPA, the cost for that solar resource jumps up to whatever Duke's capital cost is. Is that right?
So we're assuming, again, Witness Snyder will talk to this in much greater detail, but at the end of that contract price, you know, for instance, in the with CO2 case, we're not assuming that there's a carbon tax that's going to drive up the avoided cost rate in the model, right? So, you know, in our with CO2 case, there'd be a $5 per ton carbon tax that is going to cause PPAs to be priced at a higher cost than what we're seeing when they roll off, because of that carbon, potentially at a higher price than because of that carbon tax. So it really depends on what the situation and circumstances are at the time. If we're building our own facility, that's a facility that's going to be owned and operated by the utility over 30 years, that the commission has rights to control and talk to us about how we should, approve any modifications or things that we do on that facility over its life. So, in the instance of a PPA, I don't know what the price of that PPA is going to be at the end of its contract. So I don't want to assume that that this PPA is going to pay something less or higher than what the company would pay. So it's a reasonable assumption to assume that we're going to put that the capital cost of all new solar is the same. We're trying to capture what we think the cost is, but we're not trying to project what a PPA is going to be valued at in 25 or 28 or 2030.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Columba, that Duke's current contracts with solar facilities don't require Duke to build a whole new facility at the end of the contract? Is that right?
Can you rephrase that?
That the terms of Duke's current PPAs with solar facilities don't require Duke at the end of the contract to go and build a whole new facility. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
And just to be clear, you mentioned a carbon tax being a possible reason for higher revenues. The base case without carbon assumes that there will be no carbon policy or carbon tax. Is that right?
That's correct. I'm just simply saying that we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So, why we're not trying to predict what avoided cost rates are going to be in 5 or 10 years. In the base without carbon policy, you're right. There is no carbon tax associated in there. But that, again, that's not to say that that's not a possibility. But for the purposes of the no CO2 case, you're correct. There is no carbon tax in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. So could Duke, in its modeling, have simply assumed that expiring PPAs would be extended at the same rates as under the current PPAs?
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to give Mr. Snowden some leniency to go into these. I think these issues are covered in Mr. Schneider's rebuttal testimony and are not spoken to in Mr. Columba's testimony, much less Mr. Columba's direct testimony. I'd ask the witness, I'd ask Mr. Snowden to direct those questions to the appropriate witness at the point in time when he comes up again.
I will have some questions for Mr. Schneider about this, but in Mr. Columba's direct testimony, he does talk about how solar PPAs, current solar PPAs, are handled in the model, and we started with some text from his testimony on page 9 about additional capacity being and how it's replaced. But I think I've reached just about the end of this line of questioning, so I can just go ahead and can move on.
Is that fine,
So,
Attorney Doolin?
Perfectly fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Snowden.
Please continue,
Mr. Columba,
Attorney Snowden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Columba, on page 10, you testify, we talked about this a moment ago, but you testify that the base case doesn't attempt to project future regulatory requirements for additional solar generation. Is that right?
Can you point me to the line, please?
Sure. If I can. So looking at lines 3 to 5, you say the base renewables case does not attempt to project future regulatory requirements for additional solar generation.
That's correct.
See that? Okay. Why does the base case not do that?
Because we're not trying to project what regulations or policies might be put forth by governing bodies. We're trying to model what we know today.
Okay, and so the base case without carbon also assumes that no other climate policy will be imposed over the planning period besides the carbon tax. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Kalemba, I have no further questions. Thank you.
South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Sierra Club, Natural Resources Defense Council, Upstate Forever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gudrun Thompson, on behalf of those parties, we have no cross for Mr. Kalemba on his direct.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Johnson Development Associates.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Court Walsh for Johnson Development. We don't have any questions for Mr. Kalemba.
All right, sir. Vote Solar.
Mr. Chairman, Taylor Spear, Vote Solar. No questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, sir. Office of Regulatory Staff.
Mr. Chairman, this is Andrew Bateman with the ORS. No questions. Thank you.
All right, Attorney Bateman. Commissioner questions? Commissioner Powers.
Mr. Chairman, this is
Commissioner Powers, I saw his hand first. Commissioner Thomas, you're after Commissioner Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kalemba, in your forecast and what I've been looking at, and it just wasn't talked about when your attorney was going through your testimony, there was a lot of talk about the onshore and offshore wind and the projection with that. Does that not apply to South Carolina due to the programs that North Carolina may have that we don't at this time?
So I would say for onshore winds, we'll start with onshore wind. So, this is the first time that we've actually contemplated onshore wind in the IRP in the Carolinas. So we did look at, try to estimate at least the wind speeds to generate wind profiles for wind generation that would be located in the Carolinas. And so I believe our projections do cross boundaries. So we average wind speeds in a certain region in the Carolinas just to get a feel for what it would look, what the wind profiles would look like. There's obviously a lot more work to do on that because there just isn't a whole lot of data around wind profiles. But having said that, one of the benefits to the wind generation that we're showing in the Carolinas, while it's got fairly low capacity factors, meaning you're not getting a whole lot of output from those facilities in onshore in the Carolinas, is that it can help with solar balancing solar output. So when the solar's not there, the wind might be there, so you might get a better profile. Also, the wind generation that we're locating is the assumption is that it's in a more favorable location for perhaps transmission interconnection. On the onshore piece, so there's certainly no policy right now that I don't believe would, onshore wind or offshore wind is expensive. The ability to get that wind from the coast to to our load centers in the Carolinas is going to require a lot of transmission upgrades to do that. That could come in, I think, for our assumptions is to at least to come up with the capital costs. Those were facilities that would be built in North Carolina to transport that energy into the load centers. So not sure if all that answered your question or not, but.
Well, I think my concern with it is that, we're dealing with a lot of North Carolina forecasts and things, and we're not North Carolina, we're South Carolina. One thing earlier, one of the witnesses said that the North Carolina Clean Energy Policy was more environmentally friendly than Act 62. I'm just wondering if, since all your projections and your studies are combined, why not step up and go beyond and give us the same benefits that you're projecting for North Carolina?
So I think we are providing the same benefits. I mean, if we're looking at the offshore wind in the 70% reduction case, we're certainly the customers in South Carolina are going to benefit from that wind generation, and they'll experience the same reduction in carbon emissions because of that wind generation. So now, if you're talking about from an investment standpoint, I'm not sure if that's what the question was referring to, but I certainly would not say that there is not an opportunity to invest in offshore wind in South Carolina. I mean, the Port of Charleston and is, for instance, might be an excellent location for being a port that helps to enable offshore wind. You can ship.
I was generally just talking about the IRP itself.
Okay, sure, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Columba. So basically, I'm a little bit interested in the battery storage and battery storage cost assumptions. Can you give me a little bit of an overview on how you work through that?
Sure. So what we use is a third-party model to help develop our battery cost assumptions, at least our starting point and our long-term cost projections. And within that, we use that to estimate what the cost is to install and operate a battery storage facility on our system. So with what we've assumed, as I mentioned in my testimony, is that there's different ways that you can design a battery storage facility, right? You can overbuild a battery, and just stepping back one bit, when we talk about degradation of a battery, first of all, I want to make sure it's clear. So, like your cell phone, over time, the ability for that phone to hold charge decreases over time. That's the same thing that happens on a utility scale battery. So how do you handle that if you're a utility? Well, you can overbuild it. So you can have a darn big phone, and that battery is going to decline over time. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have the same energy capacity available for you at the end of the life of the phone, or the battery in our case. Or you can augment, where you bring your battery in your phone in every month or year, and get new battery cells added into your phone. And then over the life of your phone, you have the same energy capacity. So that's the kind of theory between augmentation and overbuilding the battery. So we assume that you augment it, which means it's a lower upfront capital cost, because you're not adding in all of these cells on top to account for that degradation. So that's one assumption we had. Another assumption is around controls of the battery facility. So we expect that batteries are going to have to operate under a host of use cases. So we think that we're not going to be setting a battery out there that's just going to discharge during times of peak and charge when costs are low, and just pre-program that. I think that we're certainly going to want flexibility in the way that battery operates. So there's different control schemes that you would need to do that, and those are reflected in our battery assumptions. If we want to talk about the cost declines, and I don't know if it was you, sir, that had that question yesterday, but one of the commissioners had a question about our projected cost declines. We're projecting somewhere around 50% cost reduction, so by 2030. And so what's driving that is really an assumption around annual production of battery storage. So we're expecting that production to ramp up as utility scale storage becomes more ingrained in utilities, and even through electric vehicles, you're just going to see a higher demand for it. So that's going to drive up production, which should drive down costs. Manufacturers could be moving towards different and less expensive battery ingredients. So you might have cobalt today but move towards maybe more like heavy nickel type of battery, which might be a little bit less expensive, rare metal. So, those kind of things are baked into that 50% cost decline. I will say that certainly doesn't come without risk. Just the materials that you need to construct batteries is, you may have heard that there's some concern about the ability to mine those rare earth minerals and things of that nature. And, I think over 70% of production is located in China today. So there's some risk in that, and there may be, as expansion of production capacity grows, we might see a diversification of where these storage facilities are built. So those are some of the drivers behind our cost assumptions in the IRP.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you bringing up the mining activities as well. That was something I was interested in. But in terms of the cost assumptions, do you have any cost assumptions embedded that relate to the end of useful life disposal of batteries?
Yes, sir. So as Witness Snyder mentioned in his testimony, we do have, I think it's 8% of the cost of the battery as a disposal, and that includes assumptions around disposal and recycling. I would say there is maybe a full industry that's going to start to bloom that will handle end of life costs for storage. So what do you do with the batteries at the end of life? There's a range of estimates out there about what's going to happen at the end of life. So I think we're early to say whether or not, we're certainly early whether to say our 8% is right or not. I don't know if anyone tells you that they know what it's going to be like in 15 years if you're installing a battery today, and at 15 years, that battery is going to be used on the grid elsewhere. That's a potential outcome, and you may get paid for that, but I don't think we know that today. And that's why we're including that cost in there.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I had.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Urban.
Thank you, sir. It's good to have you with us today. I have a couple of questions for you. One potential benefit of distributed energy resources is the avoidance of investment on the part of the utility and those attendant costs. Would you agree with that, sir?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. I would say it depends where those facilities are constructed, but I think in general, that's probably a fair statement.
And another benefit is that distributed energy resources can shave the peaks that we see in summer and winter. That be true as well, particularly in the summer.
Yes, so certainly in the summer for solar, you'll see some reduction and certainly see some reduction in summer peak demand and shifting of the peak to later hours as well.
Right. There's some ways to mitigate potential higher system costs where a utility tries to target necessary upgrades. Have you all looked at that in terms of your system to try to target an area for upgrades and maybe incentivize distributed energy by customers in those areas?
Yeah, so I am familiar that we're evaluating that currently. I think Witness Oliver would be an excellent person to talk with about that, as he's, as part of his ISOP organization there, that's being evaluated. But yeah.
And that would help everyone because it would make use of existing assets more efficient and effective, wouldn't it?
It would, yep.
Also cut down on interconnection problems, right?
Yeah, if you're locating, that's right. If you're can locate it in the right place and with the right facility.
Transmission problems would be mitigated as well, cost of transmission.
Yes, so now I will say, again, depending on where you're looking at, if you're interconnecting something on one end of the transmission system, there may be system upgrades that are incurred in other parts of the transmission system. I do think that, that is certainly something that we're evaluating is better understanding where are the optimal places to be interconnecting these resources.
Right. The other thing I was curious about, why do you think that no new QF PPAs have been signed since we set the terms of avoided cost in the 10-year term in South Carolina? What do you think that those terms are not bankable? I mean, can QFs not get financing for them, or is the term not long? What do you think?
I'm certainly not, I'm not sure. I mean, I think it is interesting that, 5-year contracts are moving forward in North Carolina, and 10 years aren't moving forward in South Carolina, but
industry standard. Yeah. Are the avoided costs being paid in North Carolina higher than South Carolina?
I believe that is the case. I don't know the exact numbers, but
that would probably be one reason, I suppose.
That would certainly be one reason.
Right. These developers have decided that North Carolina is a better place to do business, maybe, to do solar.
Yeah, I mean, I would also say, I mean, there are other reasons, just in general, for solar growth in South Carolina, why that may not be happening. I mean, there's property tax differences between North Carolina and South Carolina are actually pretty significant. I think it's, I don't know the numbers offhand, but I think it was 0.5% or so in North Carolina and upwards, I think, of 3% in South Carolina, if I recall correctly.
It was all how the property's classified, but there are some differences. You're right.
There are differences.
Yes, sir. One thing that I was interested in too, what would you say is the useful life of a solar facility? I'm talking about the panel and component parts.
So we assume that the full useful life is 30 years. Now you may have some replacement of inverters. Certainly we'll have replacements of inverters over that life, but for our IRP purposes, we assume 30 years.
All right. Technology is going to continue to change, and I'm wondering if you've been following the developments with a company called Oxford PV. It's a UK company that's developing a different kind of PV for solar that does not use silicon. It uses a cheaper type of surface. It actually is more efficient and costs less. Are you aware of that?
I am generally aware of that. I have heard that that is a potential. Yes.
And in fact, they claim that it's going to be commercially available in 1 to 2 years. So did you take that into consideration in your modeling, that you had a, quantum leap in efficiency ratings in these? And I think that the ones now are, in the high 20% maybe?
For single axis tracking, you're in the mid to high 20s.
Right. If you went up to say, 30, 35%, that would be a game changer, wouldn't it?
That would certainly improve the value of solar for sure. Yes.
And then if the cost went down as well, that could change the equation as well. Do you think we ought to consider those factors when we look at these long-term IRPs modeling?
Yeah, I think that should be a factor. I mean, I will say that we do sensitivities. Now, they're not technology sensitivities in saying that we think technology might move in this direction, but we do a whole host of sensitivities. One of those is like a low solar cost sensitivity, and we can use those, and that might be informative for the commission to look at those as what would happen if costs drop an additional 20% or 25% over time, what happens? Well, it's going to select more solar. We show that in the IRP this year. So, but I do agree with you. I mean, I think certainly considering new technologies is something that we're doing.
Good. Well, I would encourage you to look at Oxford DV's website and learn more about the technology. I'm certainly no expert, but found it very interesting that they seem to be ready to launch a much cheaper and more efficient product. So I appreciate answering my questions this morning. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Chairman Williams.
Commissioner Caston.
Good morning, Mr. Kalimba.
Good morning.
Earlier you had mentioned, the preferred, I guess, plan or path forward for planning purposes was to augment batteries to compensate for the degradation, correct?
So that was our assumption in the IRP. We are certainly still investigating whether or not augmentation or overbuild is the proper strategy. I think they each have their pluses and minuses. But for the purpose of the IRP, since publications are showing that augmentation is the current method, we wanted to be consistent with those. But I would say the jury is certainly still out on what's the best alternative.
Okay, that was just based on the studies you'd reviewed, and it seems like what's being done now or recommended now.
That's
Is
right.
that what you're saying?
That's right. I mean, if I may really quick, over the 15-year life of a facility, if there's going to be supply constraints over the life of an asset that we don't know about, augmentation may not turn out to be the best strategy. It's certainly the lower upfront cost option. But if for instance, there were supply constraints, then all of a sudden you're trying to fit a different type of battery cell into the battery that you have on your facility. And so there is certainly a level of risk behind that strategy.
All right, I guess that gets to my second question or thought, because I understand that it gives you a lower initial capital cost, but would you not eventually need to purchase the same quantity of batteries just over a longer period of time? Is that true?
That's true. Over time, though, however, the battery cell costs are dropping, so you should be seeing improvement in the cost over time, assuming that those battery cell costs keep declining.
And based on, I guess, your previous statement about, that could change, depending on supply chain and all this stuff. And I think you had said earlier that Duke estimated, I think, a 50% reduction in battery cost by 2030. Was that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Well, did I also understand you to say that currently over 70% of the rare earth metals, I guess, used in the development of batteries, building of batteries, are mined in China?
Yeah, I believe that's just in relation to a certain type of battery, but the most common type of battery, yes, that's correct.
The other types of batteries, where are the components, where are these mined?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you.
That's okay.
So it's a manufacturing issue. So if you're to move to I believe it's the NMC, so a nickel-based battery, those are being manufactured. I think there's some production that's actually moving into Europe now, from what I've read. So you're getting a shift in where the supply chain is coming from and where these batteries are actually being constructed. From a mining standpoint, I'm not 100% sure where the rare earth for each of these individuals are being sourced from. But from a production standpoint, a lot of the production's in China today, and then you'll see that you're starting to see some shift to Europe right now. So if that continues, I think that's a good sign for the supply for supply constraints.
Okay, because what was running through my head as I was listening to the discussion and questions was, you know, I know you have to assume something for the IRP, and I assume you want to assume the most confident numbers you can, but when you said 50%, I mean, it could be 60%, it could be 70, it could be 20, but with all these unknowns, like there may be some of these countries that like us more than others. When there are so many questions relative to supply chains, mining of materials, is it not a challenge to come up with a percentage of what you think the cost of these will be?
Oh, absolutely. I fully agree with you that cost projections, particularly on nascent technologies such as battery storage, are difficult. So I will say, you know, as I mentioned, we have benchmarked against other publications. Other publications such as NREL are showing similar cost declines. Now I talk about in my rebuttal testimony around the starting point for those battery storage costs. But from a cost decline perspective, I think we're aligned with industry, but I do not deny that there is risk.
When you had mentioned the solar panels and lives and different things like that, what is the degradation rate of a typical?
So we're assuming 0.5% degradation rate annually. I've seen numbers as low as 0.4 and as high as 0.7. So our assumptions are currently 0.5.
Are they primarily constructed in the U.S.?
No, they are not. I believe, again, the majority are constructed in China. I'm not sure. I know, you know, there was the tariffs imposed by the previous administration. I've done a little bit of research to see if the supply chain has changed due to that. I haven't come across anything that says anything's changed significantly. I think that it's still fair to say that, you know, most of the production is in China, but, or at least in Asia. So there may be some shifting out of China into different Asian markets, but the majority is not in the U.S.
So do you know how they're constructed? You know, what rare earth metals or any hazardous metals?
So, no, and I will say, you know, the way that hazardous metals are treated and the classification for that for solar panels varies by state. And I will say, you know, I'm not quite sure that, you know, we account for the cost to remediate a solar facility at the end of its life. I'm not sure that if all costs that are out there from PPAs, you know, would capture that same cost, but just from our standpoint, we do assume that there's a cost to remediate. And I think there's, in some states, there may be questions around what to do with those panels at the end of life.
What if Duke assumes an 8% of the total battery cost for the end of life cost? What does Duke assume for their solar panels?
I believe it's 11%, but I need to confirm.
On page 27 of your testimony, where you were going through the table 5A.
Yes, sir.
And I looked to see if I understood the percent of customers, you talked about it, but I wasn't sure if you're talking about the percent of the total customers, or is it, if I did the math right, which is a high probability I did not, for the Duke Energy Carolinas, I figured it being like 6.7% growth per year. In Duke Energy Progress, 1.13% growth per year. Is that right, or is the percent of customers the number? I mean, I'm not sure I understand what that is.
Yeah, so that's not like that would be the percent of customers adopting solar. So that 32, for instance, in table 5A for South Carolina, number of customers being 3,200, that represents 0.5% of all DEC South Carolina customers.
Of the customer base?
Yes.
Is that residential?
This would be a combination of residential and retail.
Okay, so by 2035, you say 9.1% of the total commercial/residential customer base would have rooftop solar. And if you look at the change in the estimated number from 3,200 to 67,000, that would represent a 6.7% growth per year. Is that correct estimate?
Right. So that's right. But also population is changing at the same time. So that's why you'll see a different number for the percent, like the percent growth,
I understand.
0.5 to 0.9 to 9.1 may not be the same because population growth is also changing.
Right. I understand that. I have 1,000 other questions, but I don't think we have that much time. Thank you very much.
I'll be back up.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Irvin.
I've got one follow-up question. We were talking earlier about precious metals. Were you aware that they have found that I think there's some 30 companies now that have contracts with the ISA for a 15-year exploration of rare metals out in the Pacific between the Hawaiian Islands and the Cook Islands. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
They call it the Clarion-Clipperton Zone in the Pacific. So what they can do, they actually have a machine that can vacuum or harvest these, they call them potatoes, but they're actually rare elements in the ocean that contain all the trace metals that you need for battery storage. That's good news, isn't it?
I think it is, if it's environmentally sound process to vacuum those up, yes.
Right. And so metals like these, they call them polymetallic nodules, are rich in nickel, cobalt, manganese, and copper. Those are all, I think, used in battery manufacturing process, right?
That's right.
So there is some hope, and I just want to make you aware that that there is an effort underway already. It's started, but it's going to increase, obviously, with great, I'm sure, it's going to accelerate because of the changes we're seeing with battery storage. I would anticipate we're going to have more than we need probably by the time all these companies get up to speed. But I just wanted to call that to your attention. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any more questions for this witness? Redirect.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, hi, Mr. Kalimba. I believe you and Mr. Powers, Commissioner Powers, excuse me, were engaged in a conversation about the North Carolina Clean Energy Plan and Act 62. And I believe he asked a question about potentially comparing the two about environmental benefits. Do you believe the companies have a witness that is appearing in this case who may be able to address that question and may be more familiar with those subjects?
Well, certainly Mr. Whitman Snyder is going to be much more familiar with the avoided cost filing, since I think he's sponsored those in South Carolina. He would certainly be more familiar as he's involved with both of those filings.
Oh, just a minute. Let me take a step back. So I was actually asking you about the exchange about the North Carolina Clean Energy Plan with.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. And South Carolina Act 62 and the environmental benefits and the comparison between those. Do you recall that conversation?
Yeah, sure. So, witness Santoyani would be an appropriate witness to ask those questions of, I believe.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything further for this witness.
All right, we're in recess. We are in recess for 15 minutes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Public Service Commission. Welcome back, I should say. We're here in dockets number 2019-224E and 2019-225E. This is the Duke Company's IRP. Before we start with the next witness, let's take roll. Present in the hearing room are Commissioners Caston, Powers, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Present virtually are Commissioners Thomas and Irvin. All right, Attorney Doolin, would you please call your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the company's called Mr. Nick Wintermantle.
All right, Mr. Wintermantle, will you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, sir. Attorney Doolin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Wintermantle. Can you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Good morning. My name is Nick Wintermantle, and my business address is 3000 River Chase Galleria, Hoover, Alabama.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a principal at Astrape Consulting.
And Mr. Wintermantle, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 17 pages?
That's correct, yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your direct testimony?
No.
And if I asked you the same questions today, your answers would be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Mr. Wintermantle's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Wintermantle's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And Mr. Wintermantle, did you also cause to be pre-filed 4 exhibits with your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And to describe those exhibits briefly, I believe there's a joint DEC-DEP Exhibit 1, which is a copy of your CV. There is an Exhibit 2, and there's a version for DEC and DEP. And each of those is the resource adequacy study that Astrape performed for each of the Duke companies. And finally, there's a joint DEC-DEP Exhibit 3, which is the storage ELCC study that Astrape performed together for performed for the companies together. Does that sound right?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any changes to those exhibits at this time?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Mr. Wintermantle's pre-filed direct exhibits be entered as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Wintermantle's pre-filed direct exhibits will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 11.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I should have mentioned from the outset that Mr. Wintermantle is going to give his direct and rebuttal case together, as Mr. Wellborn alluded to earlier, and I'm going to march right ahead and get his rebuttal testimony into the record. So, Mr. Wintermantle, did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 46 pages?
Yes, I did.
And I believe several pages of your testimony are confidential or contain confidential information. I believe those are pages 27 and 28. And so because of this, we filed a confidential version with the commission under seal, and then also a public version. Does this sound right to you?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your rebuttal testimony at this time?
I do not.
So if I were to ask you those same questions contained in your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Mr. Wintermantle's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that the confidential version of that rebuttal testimony remain under seal, please.
Mr. Wintermantle's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stands, and the confidential version will remain confidential and under seal.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Wintermantle, did you also cause to be pre-filed 4 rebuttal exhibits?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to those exhibits at this time?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Mr. Wintermantle's pre-filed rebuttal exhibits be entered into the record and marked as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Wintermantle's rebuttal exhibits will be marked as marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 12.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to walk Mr. Wintermantle through his direct and his rebuttal testimony. As he will explain, his testimony covers two technical studies. He will explain to you he's the third-party expert who is responsible for those studies. And so what I'd like to do is to address his testimony in the order of the studies. And so we'll walk through the direct and rebuttal testimony as it relates to one of the studies, and then the direct and the rebuttal as it relates to the other study. And I think that will help with the commission's understanding as opposed to bouncing back and forth between the various studies. There's a lot of technical information here. We're going to do the best we can to keep it high level, understandable, and efficient. So beg the commission's indulgence as we go through this. Mr. Wintermantle, can you begin by telling the commission a little bit about what Astrape does?
Sure. Astrape, we own and are the exclusive licensor of the servo model. So servo is used by utilities, system operators, and regulators to perform resource adequacy and planning studies that feed into IRPs. In the Southeast alone, we perform studies for utilities, not only for Duke Energy, but for Southern Company, TVA, and Louisville Gas and Electric, to name a few. The model is also used kind of across the country in areas such as ERCOT, SPP, and MISO.
And can you specifically describe your expertise in performing resource adequacy and planning studies?
Yes, so I joined Astrape Consulting in 2009, and since then I've managed target reserve margin studies and capacity value studies of energy limited resources such as storage and demand response, and intermittent resources such as wind and solar. These studies have been performed for utilities and system operators across the U.S. and even some internationally. All of these studies have used the Astrape servo model.
And can you describe for the commission the studies that you have conducted for Duke that are the subject of your testimony?
Yes, as you discussed a little bit earlier, there's two studies in my direct testimony. The first is the resource adequacy study, which we conducted separately for both DEC and DEP. And then the second study is the storage ELCC study.
So let's start with the resource adequacy study. Can you generally describe for the commission what resource adequacy is?
Yep, so the purpose of the resource adequacy study is just to analyze how physical system reliability would change across varying planning and reserve margin targets, to really understand the risk of having too low or too high of a reserve margin and how that affects our customers.
And can you tell the commission what you mean by physical system reliability as you describe it in your testimony?
Sure. So physical reliability, kind of in simple terms, is just measured by how often the utility must turn off power to customers because it doesn't have enough generation resources to serve load. When the utility does have to turn off power to customers, we call that a firm load shed event.
Now, the term LOLE is used a lot in your testimony. I think Mr. Snyder may have tossed it around a little bit yesterday. Can you describe to the commission what you mean by LOLE?
Yes. We measure reliability based on the term LOLE, and it stands for loss of load expectation. So it's kind of the expectation that we're going to not be able to serve load. It refers to the number of days in a year is how it's measured when the utility will not have enough resources to meet its load. The industry typically plans its reserve margin kind of at the balance and area level based on the 1 day and 10-year standard. So that means for every 10 years, we're planning to expect that we would have 1 day, one event in 10 years when the utility does not have enough resources to meet load. Kind of in mathematical terms, that's expressed in an LOLE of 0.1 days per year. And that meets the 1 day and 10-year standard.
And why is an adequate reserve margin important?
So customers certainly expect to have electricity during all times of the year, but especially during extreme weather conditions such as cold winter days when resource adequacy is at risk for the companies. In order to ensure reliability during these peak periods, the companies each maintain a minimum reserve margin level, which is a level of reserves above their normal peak forecast to manage these unexpected conditions. And these unexpected conditions can be extreme weather, unexpected load growth. So load grew faster than we thought in our forecast, or just poor unit performance. Generator forced outages are certainly random and can cause capacity shortages.
And when are utilities most likely to see the risk of not meeting load?
Yeah, so there's certainly they're high impact, low probability events. And kind of as I said earlier, they're seen during periods of extreme weather or periods when the load forecast was missed or significant generation is unavailable. For these reasons, it's important to evaluate a full distribution of what could occur in the future to understand really the frequency of these firm load shed events. So we really are trying to examine the tails of the distribution, well, the entire distribution, all the way to the tails of the distribution of what might occur in the future.
And why is the resource adequacy risk for the Duke companies seen primarily in the winter?
So the increase of solar penetration is certainly one of the reasons, as well as the volatility of winter peak loads. Both of those together have really shifted almost all the resource adequacy risks for both companies, DEC and DEP. Kind of to explain a little further, because solar capacity, the output is very coincident with the peak load in the summer. It provides significant capacity contribution in the summer. So as we build more and more of that, we're getting higher and higher summer reserve margins. But unfortunately, solar doesn't provide a lot of output during those cold winter mornings. So it doesn't provide the same reliability benefit in the winter. And so as we add more and more solar, our summer reserve margin increases, or winter reserve margin does not, because we're not getting a lot of benefit from the solar on those cold winter mornings. The other piece that I think I talked about was just volatility in winter peak loads. So we certainly can get one thing to think about. So in the summertime, normal temperature for maybe the companies might be 95 degrees, 96 degrees. Well, the hottest that we're probably ever going to see in history is a few degrees over 100 degrees. So you may be 6 or 7 degrees in temperature variance there. But in the winter, your normal forecast might be based on, say, 15 degrees. But we've seen temperatures that get down all the way down to 0 or even negative temperatures. So you can see the variability in winter load compared to that normal weather forecast is significant. So that's also driving more resource adequacy risk in the winter.
And were stakeholders involved in reviewing the inputs and the methodology of the resource adequacy study?
Yes, several stakeholder meetings were held to discuss the inputs, the methodology, and the results of the study as the study was being conducted.
And what is Strape's recommended winter reserve margin for DEC and DEP?
Yep. So based on the physical reliability results of the study, kind of all the sensitivities, Strape recommends that the companies continue to maintain a minimum 17% winter reserve margin for IRP purposes.
I'm going to get into your rebuttal testimony now. What is the ORS's opinion of the resource adequacy study and the recommended reserve margin as you describe in your rebuttal testimony?
So ORS finds that the reserve margin is reasonable and that the analysis represents a high level of sophistication. ORS also believes the recommended reserve margin falls within the winter reserve margin of other utilities within the region.
And do any of the witnesses challenge the conclusions of the resource adequacy study?
Yep, to my knowledge, only one witness, Mr. James Wilson, who advocates for lowering the reserve margin. Though as I state in my rebuttal testimony, it is not exactly clear what reserve margin he is advocating for.
And on what basis does Mr. Wilson, what basis does Mr. Wilson have for this conclusion?
You know, at a very high level, Mr. Wilson disagrees with how Astrape modeled cold weather and its impact on load. As my rebuttal discusses in detail, I disagree with Mr. Wilson's testimony and analysis, and certainly stand by the load modeling conducted in the resource adequacy studies.
And with regard to the weather history that is used in the study, why is it important to include extreme weather years in the study?
So it's Astrape's intent to simulate extreme weather as it has occurred in history, to understand both the magnitude and the frequency of those cold weather events. In other words, we model weather years from 1980 to 2018 for a total of 39 years. Just because extreme weather from earlier years has not occurred recently doesn't mean that it should be removed from the model or from the distribution. As my rebuttal testimony explains, the recent weather events in Texas, they had not seen that type of weather since 1989, which certainly would not be a cause to remove the 1989 weather year. Also, because utilities plan to shed load only once every 10 years, we want to be sure that if the companies are forced to shed load, excuse me, we want to be sure that if the companies are forced to shed load, that it will only be during the most extreme weather years. Removing the most extreme weather years from the weather history artificially would deflate the reserve margin and allow the probability of firm load shed events to be higher in more mild years, such as maybe 2015 or 2018, which in turn would put customers more at risk.
Moving on to the other study that is the subject of your testimony, and that is the storage ELCC study. Mr. Kalimba introduced this very briefly earlier in his testimony, and we're probably going to be throwing around a lot of acronyms that are unfamiliar. And so could you take a step back and explain to the commission what you mean by ELCC?
Sure. So ELCC stands for Effective Load Carrying Capability. Another term for ELCC is capacity value, which is a more common term. The storage ELCC study is measuring the capacity value of battery storage resources.
And can you tell the commission what you mean by the term capacity value and how that's unique to battery storage?
Yes, capacity value of a battery represents the battery's ability to reliably provide capacity when it's needed. Because battery systems have limited energy storage capability and must be recharged either from the grid or a dedicated generation resource, the capacity value of a battery is different from a resource such as the gas-fired turbine, which can be called upon in any hour to produce energy. Of course, notwithstanding a unit outage on that gas turbine.
And what was included in the scope of the ELCC study?
So specifically, we evaluated batteries of various durations, kind of took a broad approach to create this matrix of results. We looked at 2, 4, and 6 hour durations with varying amounts of battery capacity, as well as 2 different solar penetration levels for both DEC and DEP. So this provides the company a wide range of results to see how the capacity value would change based on different assumptions to then be used in the company's expansion planning models.
And can you generally describe the results of the study, please?
Yes, we saw significant capacity value of 4 and 6 hour batteries for both DEC and DEP. The 2 hour batteries, of course, provided less capacity value. A couple things to note, as we do add solar to the system, we do see an increase in battery capacity value. And as we add more battery capacity value, we see a declining capacity value. And I can go into more detail if the commission would like in questions of why that is, but to keep this brief, I won't. But ultimately, some round numbers for the commission to think about is, so for the first 800 megawatts of 4 hour storage, the company was projecting 94 to sort of 97% capacity value. By the time DEP adds 2,400 megawatts, that capacity value drops to approximately 80%. Similarly, in DEC, the first 400 megawatts of 4 hour battery is in the 92 to 100% range. And by the time 1,600 megawatts of 4 hour storage is added, that average capacity value drops to the 80 to 86% range.
And turning to your rebuttal testimony on this study, believe Mr. Olson has some critiques of the study. Can you describe what his opinion is as you understand it?
Yes, so he first commends the use of the ELCC model, which he says accurately reflects the capacity contribution provided by renewables and energy storage. He then describes several critiques of the study, which my rebuttal testimony addresses.
And as I understand it from your testimony, witness Olson argues that the company should use an ELCC surface in order to recognize the diversity benefit of solar and storage being added together. Can you describe how you respond to this?
So, yeah, I do not believe the surface ELCC approach provided by Witness Wilson is necessary. I disagree that the storage ELCC study ignores the diversity benefit of solar and storage being added together. In fact, the storage ELCC study takes full advantage of the synergies between solar and storage because significant solar is already in the study, giving the synergistic value to batteries in the ELCC study.
And your rebuttal testimony states that Mr. Olson performed a study to evaluate the ELCC of solar and battery storage using his own model called the recap model. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you able to review the results of Mr. Olson's study through the recap model and the inputs and assumptions that went into that study?
So as my rebuttal testimony describes, I could not review all the details associated with Mr. Olson's study because the information was not provided to us through discovery. I would note that we did eventually receive this information, although it was just a few days before the hearing began. But based on the review I did conduct, it's important to understand that the capacity values resulting from Mr. Olson's study are annual values and not seasonal capacity values. So the annual capacity values really aren't useful for IRP planning purposes, and the IRP must use incremental seasonal capacity values, and really the future capacity needs are driven by incremental winter capacity values because that's where the resource adequacy risk is.
Regarding the 2018 solar capacity values, let me rephrase. Regarding the 2018 solar ELCC values, did Mr. Wilson agree with the ELCC values for DEP?
Yes, so even with his recommended changes, Mr. Olson finds the DEP solar ELCC values to be in line with the STRAPE's results, which assumes all the LOLEs in the winter and the solar ELCC values are very small because all the risk is in the winter.
And for DEC, do you agree with Witness Olson's recommendations to use the 2040 load and the higher winter demand response resources?
No, so the assumptions that Witness Olson changed in his analysis, I do not agree with. The recommendation to use 2040 load in the study, I disagree with because it's not even in the 15-year planning period from 2021 to 2035. Regarding his higher demand response assumptions, I think Witness Snyder will be able to better refute that as he did in his rebuttal testimony. However, even with these recommendations and these changes, does not change the fact that winter ELCCs for solar will be low, which drives the capacity needs of both DEP and DC.
And finally, did the ORS give an opinion on the storage ELCC study?
Yes, the ORS states that it has evaluated the storage ELCC study and it finds it to be generally reasonable.
Thank you, Mr. Wintermantle. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wintermantle is available for questions from council and from the commission.
Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Ben Snowden, Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association. We do have some questions for Mr. Wintermantle.
Please proceed.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Wintermantle. It's nice to see you.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Snowden.
I'd like to start by talking about the storage ELCC study and how batteries were modeled in that study. So if I'm correct, the report says that the study modeled battery resources in 3 operating modes, which you described as preserve reliability mode, economic arbitrage mode, and fixed dispatch mode. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you explain the difference between preserve reliability mode and economic arbitrage mode?
Sure, I'll do my best. So, the preserve reliability mode assumes that essentially the battery's going to always stay charged and never actually be dispatched for economic purposes. It's only going to be held back throughout the year, and it will only operate when there's a reliability. So you can imagine in a year, in the simulations, you might have 1 or 2 days where the battery is actually operating. So that's the preserve reliability. We're trying to get all the value we can out of that battery. We're holding it back. The economic arbitrage mode is more, I think, of how we would expect the battery to operate on the system. We would expect that the economics of the battery would be taken into account. The battery's going to charge and discharge every day based on marginal cost in the model. And so ultimately it should be dispatching during high marginal cost periods, which should align with resource adequacy. But another main difference in the economic arbitrage mode is that there is day ahead uncertainty in the model. So as an operator, I have to schedule this battery, and there can be potential that I don't schedule it exactly at the right time. I don't have perfect foresight. So I've got this 2-hour battery that I've got to use on a winter morning, and I may use that a little earlier than what I would have liked to, because I may have had some generator outages, and so I may not be there for the peak. And so there's a lot of moving parts there with the uncertainty, and so that's really the difference. But the main difference is it's an economic arbitrage where it's actually going to get used for economics every day.
Okay, so in preserve reliability mode, the battery is modeled not to operate at all, just to stay fully charged on days when there is not a predicted reliability. I'll call it a reliability event, but any kind of extreme load condition, is that right?
That's right. So it actually won't dispatch unless we're going to have to shed load.
Okay, understood. And you say there is day ahead uncertainty in the model. So does that factor into how is that day ahead uncertainty applied to how batteries are modeled in preserve reliability mode?
Well, since that battery's never scheduled, it doesn't come into effect because it's not having to schedule day ahead. The battery only is going to turn on in that hour, real time, when I can't meet my load.
Okay, understood. So in economic arbitrage mode, did you say are the batteries scheduled day ahead, or are they scheduled to operate strictly on the basis of rate schedules?
Yeah, so economic arbitrage, they're scheduled day ahead based on the net load seen in the model with the day ahead uncertainty. I will say as the hours approach, and there is a reliability event, the model will deviate from the schedule and dispatch the battery if it's to avoid firm load shed.
Okay.
But there is a scheduled day ahead.
Okay, understood. Excuse me, sorry. So, is there any reason that the model could not model the battery operating in preserve reliability mode on days when there are predicted to be potential load shed events in economic arbitrage mode the rest of the time?
So, I mean, currently the models, it's kind of an either or. So that is the setup. You can either go preserve reliability, or you can model it with a scheduled economic dispatch.
Okay. So outside of responding to price signals and I guess the day ahead forecast, is there any attempt made to operate the battery in economic arbitrage mode in a way that responds to extreme winter peak periods that the company is concerned about?
I think you pretty much covered it. So there will be the void or the marginal cost, the net load will be the signal. And so in energy arbitrage mode, you would expect that battery to be there for the the morning, for the morning peak. And I think that's kind of why we only see a relatively small difference between the capacity value of the preserve reliability mode, which in our mind is more of an academic exercise, and the economic arbitrage mode, is that there are some instances when the forecast error comes into play, but generally the economic arbitrage still lines up with the morning peak.
Okay. So as I understand it, preserve reliability mode allows the battery to help with reliability, but doesn't give much economic benefit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then economic arbitrage mode increases the economic benefit, but doesn't help as much with reliability. Is that right?
I wouldn't say it doesn't help as much with reliability, because the model does shift the schedule if we're having a firm load shed event. It's just, has the resource already been used in perhaps previous hours based on a predefined schedule. But certainly economic arbitrage is still trying to take into account reliability and have that battery there, because it does have the option to override the schedule during those firm load shed events.
Understood. Thank you. And you talk in your rebuttal testimony about the difference in ELCC values based on preserve reliability mode versus economic arbitrage mode. And this is on this is in your rebuttal testimony on page 36. And you say that in the end, the difference between the preserve reliability mode and economic arbitrage mode capacity values is quite small, an average of 6% capacity value across all the standalone storage results. Is that your testimony?
Yes, that's my testimony.
Okay, so in your view, a 6% difference in capacity value is not significant?
So when I think about capacity value, the capacity value of a resource can be anywhere between 0 and 100%. So when I think of it like that, 6% is a fairly small movement. When you're thinking about these batteries, it's the difference between a 4-hour battery having 95% and 89%, and that just represents some uncertainty in an operator, which is realistic. If I'm an operator and I have significant several thousand megawatts of 2-hour, 4-hour battery, and I see the morning peak coming, I'm certainly more hesitant with that situation than I am if I have a fully dispatchable resource. And so that 5 or 6% difference, I think is certainly a reasonable deduction or discount for planning purposes. We know that operators are not going to have this perfect foresight, and this preserve reliability mode is, as stated in my study, is somewhat of an academic exercise. It's trying to see what is, we do everything perfectly, what's the value of this resource?
So you mentioned a fully dispatchable resource. In the context of a fully dispatchable resource, would you consider a 6% outage rate not to be a significant difference?
So, I mean, I think a fully dispatchable resource typically does have about a 5 or 6% E4.
But moving from 6% to 12%, that would be a significant difference in E4, wouldn't it?
It would for that single unit.
Well, you talked about having an operator with a few thousand megawatts on the system, or a few thousand megawatts of battery storage. Do you think a 6% difference in ELCC across a few thousand megawatts is not a significant difference?
I think in the context of the IRP and planning, I still think with our assumptions and the way we see battery ELCCs decline, I don't think 6% is a huge difference. I mean, as you look at my table in my rebuttal, if we want to pull that up, we can pull up the results. It's actually in my exhibit, my direct testimony. So if we go to,
I'm sorry, Mr. Winterman, which exhibit are you?
Yeah, so I'm going to the storage ELCC study in my direct, which is exhibit 3. And if I go to table 5. Depth DEP standalone capacity value result. I think it's important to understand, just looking at the economic arbitrage column, which is the second to last column, as we go from 800 to 3,200, and if we look at the 4-hour storage cases, I mean, we see a fairly big drop in capacity value, 94 to 69. I think a 5% movement across all these numbers, or 6% movement across all these numbers, is still relatively small in the big picture of things.
Let's talk a little bit more about this difference. Do you have Mr. Kalimba's rebuttal testimony available?
I think I can find it.
And we're looking at the second to last page, so page 42 of Mr. Kalimba's rebuttal testimony. I can share that. I can try to share that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you share it.
There we go. All right, can you see that? Mr. Chairman, is this visible to you all?
If you could enlarge it. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Wintermantle, do you see this 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 is figure 21 in Mr. Kalimba's rebuttal?
I do see it. I'll say I'm not real familiar with it.
Okay. Well, it's labeled comparison of preserve reliability mode to economic arbitrage mode in DEC. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and this appears to me to depict the difference between the ELCC values for storage when modeled in economic arbitrage mode versus preserve reliability mode. Is that what this appears to denote to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and does this figure look accurate to you?
Yeah, I used to ask witness Columba. This is a incremental 4-hour battery ELCC. Our study calculated the average 4-hour battery ELCCs, and so the company converted our averages to incrementals. So this was certainly kind of downstream of what Astrape provided. But I'm assuming they're accurate.
So when you say you calculated an average ELCC, is that a single average at every penetration level then?
That's correct, but I want to make sure we're on the same page. So I'm calculating the total average capacity value at, say, 400 megawatts, 800 megawatts, and 1600 megawatts. And that is being converted into incremental values by the company.
Okay, could you explain the difference between the incremental values and average values then?
Yes, so the average value is the average of the entire portfolio that I'm looking at. So let's just take an example. I think in DEC, we go from 400 to 800 megawatts. So I provide the capacity value of the entire 400 and the capacity value of the entire 800. The incremental capacity value for the 400, because there's not another step lower, would be equivalent to the 400. But the next step up would just be the capacity value of the next 400 megawatts in that example, to get from 400 to 800.
Understood. But you don't have any questions about whether the company accurately converted your average ELCC values to incremental values, do you?
No, I do not. I recall, while it's not in my testimony, I recall working with the company on that and feeling comfortable with where they landed.
Okay. Well, I see, looking at the graphic here, and it's the information is not presented in a table; it's just in a graphic here. But I see where in certain nameplate capacity ranges, the difference in ELCC values between preserve reliability and economic arbitrage looks like it is pretty small, maybe 5 or 6%. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's what I would expect.
But it also looks to me like where there are ranges where it's a lot bigger. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the 1,200 megawatts, sure.
Yeah, so on 1,200 megawatts, it looks like it might be a 20% difference in the LCC or so between preserve reliability and economic arbitrage.
Based on this chart, that's correct, but I would probably have to go look at the calculations. And again, I really can't sponsor this chart. This was done by
Understood.
Ms. Kalemba.
Understood. But if this chart were accurate, don't you think this difference in ELCC values could have a significant impact on the model? Excuse me, when I say the model, I mean on Duke's system optimizer model and how it deploys battery storage?
I mean, what I see is that the majority of the points here are really close between preserve reliability and economic arbitrage. We have this one slight movement in this one point. I just don't see it making a huge difference in the overall optimization. When I look at the majority of this, the economic and preserve reliability look really close. As I kind of said in my testimony, that 6% is relatively small when you look at it from a 0 to 100% basis.
So you don't think the incremental difference in ELCC matters? You think it's the average that really matters?
Well, I'm looking at the 1,600 megawatts, Mr. Snowden, and that, you know, they're on top of each other. And I'm not real sure how high the battery capacity that was added in the expansion planning was, but I mean, we're really talking about this one point going from 800 to 1,200. All the other 3 points are really on top of the preserve reliability, but I can't imagine this would be a huge impact.
So you don't think that if Duke's systemizer model were deciding whether to add additional storage after 800 megawatts, that this difference in the LCC values could have an impact on the model?
I think for that one tranche, potentially. Again, I would need to go look at what was done to calculate these, and certainly look at the back end model results and see. But honestly, I'm assuming they've probably already built this much anyway. But yeah, these questions are probably better for witness Kalemba and Mr. Snyder. But my general opinion is I don't see anything that's going to completely change the optimized results here.
Understood. Thank you. Here, I'll take this down. So, Mr. Wintermantel, you said that you modeled 2, 4, and 6 hour batteries in the storage ELCC study. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But is it your understanding that Duke did not include 2 hour batteries as a resource option in the system optimizer?
I think that is correct. Certainly, that was the downstream of Estrape's work.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Wintermantel, Mr. Wintermantel, you have reviewed Mr. Olson's direct testimony. Is that right?
I have.
Okay. And you're aware that Mr. Olson recommends that Duke apply the UCAP rather than the ICAP method for calculating its planning reserve margin?
Yes, I recall that. I don't think I don't believe I addressed it in my direct or rebuttal, but I do recall him bringing up that issue.
Okay. But the difference between UCAP and ICAP is something you know something about that, don't you?
Not sure.
Okay. And so is it your understanding that that Mr. Olson recommends the use of UCAP instead of ICAP so that the forced outages of solar and thermal resources can be considered on a level playing field?
I do think that was part of his argument. It wasn't completely clear exactly why he was pushing for UCAP, but if that's the way you describe it, I do think there's an interesting point there, though. So in our storage ELCC, and even dating back to the 2018 capacity solar value, the 2018 solar capacity value study, I think we do need to note that the resources in those studies were not modeled with forced outage rates. So there is some nuance here, and we can really get into the details, ICAP here, but somewhat neutralizes that argument by witness Olson, because we didn't penalize solar by putting additional E4 in the model. We just modeled the solar output based on irradiance data. So we aren't really, I mean, I think that certainly neutralizes his argument a bit. Whereas if we would have put in E4 in the solar capacity value study, there might have been a little bit more of a difference. But again, I think we're discussing well, I'll leave it at that.
So you think it's fair to compare the ELCC of an intermittent resource to an ICAP value for a conventional fossil fire resource?
Well, I think in this case, because the solar capacity value study did not include incremental E4 on the solar resource, that neutralizes any bias.
Okay. But you understand Mr. Olson to testify that the use of use of UCAP instead of ICAP would be necessary to treat capacity from renewable resources and non-renewable resources equivalently. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Yeah, I think that's what he's stating.
Okay, but you don't agree with that?
So I think you look across the industry, I think there may be some utilities moving to UCAP. It may be a slow process, but it's certainly not something that's being done in every IRP. I mean, I look at the neighbors of Duke. I look at TVA and Southern Company. They're still using ICAP, and they have lots of solar coming online. So I think it's a little bit of a stretch to say that the whole entire industry or the industry's all using UCAP. I'm somewhat indifferent. I think if we do the ELCCs correctly and either not capture the E4 like I've previously stated, then I think you can kind of neutralize the argument. But I do think the UCAP and ICAP is more of a reporting and semantics issue than maybe what witness Olson is trying to make of it.
Mr. Winterman, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have marked for identification CC of cross-examination exhibit 6.
Give us a second to retrieve the document. We are retrieving Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association's cross-examination exhibit 6. Thank you. All right, sir.
Mr. Winterman, do you have a copy of this cross-examination exhibit 6?
I do not.
Okay, I can certainly put it on the screen. Zulin, can you share that with Mr. Winterman?
I will. We just received it. Just a minute, please.
Okay, yeah, sure.
wanted to make sure I'm not the holdup. Are we waiting on, Mr.?
Yeah, we're waiting for you to share it with Mr. Wintermantle.
Okay, it has been shared. I don't know if he's received it yet.
Oh, through email? Okay, I thought we could put it on the screen. I'm sorry.
I'm happy to put it on the screen if you want to do it that way.
Yeah, I've not received anything in email yet.
Mr. Snowden, proceed and see if the witness is familiar enough through the screen sharing. And Mr. Wintermantle, if you'd like to see the full document, then we'll wait for you to receive it.
All right.
I've got it.
Okay.
Great.
All right.
Thank
And
you.
Attorney Snowden, if you don't mind, since you have it up and you may reference specific sections, please leave it up on the screen and enlarge
sir.
the document for us, please, sir.
All right. Is this large enough? It's big on my screen, but I can't tell how big it is.
Yes, sir. That's sufficient.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Wintermantle, you finally see this? Have this document?
I got it.
Here. Okay. And this is entitled "The Direct Testimony of Nick Wintermantle before the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission." Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And does this document testimony that you prepared for filing before the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission?
Yes.
Okay, and if we look down here, this was filed, at least dated April 2nd, 2021, so earlier this month.
Yes.
Okay, and this was filed on behalf of the Public Service Company of New Mexico, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'd like to scroll down to page 4 here towards the bottom. And you see the question where it says, how do PRM and ELCC interact together? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And PRM is planning reserve margin, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's, and I apologize, we're going to have to go from this page to the second one. If you don't mind reviewing your testimony here, and then when you're finished with these few sentences, we can go to the next page.
Yes. I'm there.
Okay. So, all right. If you can just read that first paragraph to yourself, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay, so as I read your testimony, you testify that PNM, Public Service New Mexico, had traditionally used ICAP to establish its planning reserve margin, but then switched over to UCAP. Is that right?
That's correct. They
So
chose
the
to do that in this last 2020 IRP. I think probably with advice from E3. That was a PNM decision.
Okay. And then this the last sentence in this paragraph, it says, this change in conjunction with using the ELCC results for intermittent and energy limited resources treats capacity from all resources equivalently. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So you testified here that the change from ICAP to UCAP for comparison to ELCC resulted in intermittent and other resources being fairly compared to traditional resources for capacity purposes. Was that your testimony?
Yeah, that's correct in this New Mexico test. Yep, that's correct.
Okay. So given your sworn testimony to the New Mexico Commission, wouldn't you agree with Mr. Olson's contention that switching to UCAP is necessary to fairly compare the capacity contributions of renewables and traditional resources?
Yeah, and I think the difference is kind of, as I discussed before, it's nuanced, that in the solar capacity value study, there wasn't an E4 applied in the capacity value study, which somewhat neutralizes witness Olson's argument.
What is the E4 of a solar resource?
It's, I'm guessing that's the difficulty of modeling the solar resource, is that I think the GADS data used to create these outage rates, I think it's still being defined. So it's more difficult to get your hands around.
So, but an E4 represents the forced outage of a generating unit, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So that's when the whole thing goes down, right? And just doesn't operate at all. Is that fair to say?
Or specific panels go down. I'm assuming that it can still be a partial outage on the resource.
Understood, but a technical failure and not simply a change in generation due to weather or something like that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you don't know what the E4 value for a typical solar generating facility is?
I would say somewhere between 0 and 5%, but I honestly don't know how that varies across solar plants and so forth.
Okay, so if you don't know, how can you say that this neutralizes the difference between UCAP and ICAP?
Well, assuming that a solar E4 is in line with a new CTE4, which if a new CTE4 is 3%, then it would neutralize it. I would agree that it does not neutralize it. If it does not, there is a slight difference in the resource equivalency, which I think is what I said earlier.
So yeah, and you've got no basis on which to assume that the E4 of a new solar generating facility is the same as that of a new CT, right?
I mean, if it's 3% on a CT, I'm not here to say that solar is not going to be a 3% E4 either.
But you just don't know.
Yeah, honestly, don't know exactly what those E4s look like on solar resources. To the extent the solar E4 was larger, then it wouldn't be a consistent basis either. It would actually be giving benefit to the solar.
Okay, so going back to your testimony in New Mexico, did you calculate the ELCC results for intermittent and energy limited resources in this docket?
My team did, yes.
Okay, and do you know if you included E4 in or included or excluded E4 from your analysis of ELCC for solar in that docket?
It would be subject to check. I'm pretty sure we included a small E4 on the solar resource, but it's subject to check.
Okay, so you're not sure?
I'm pretty sure we did have an E4 in the solar, on the solar resource, an additional small E4.
Okay. Is there any reason you would have used a different methodology to calculate solar ELCC in that docket than you would in this for Duke in this IRP?
So the 2018 solar capacity value study was done in 2018. I mean, it was 2 or 3 years ago. It really wasn't for this IRP. I know we've thought about it in different ways before on the ELCC. I think the methodology is still kind of evolving. I think Witness Olson would agree that things have evolved since then, but even in 2018, for whatever reason, we did not include an E4 in the solar.
Let me ask you this about E4s for solar. A CT is a mechanically very complex facility, isn't it?
You know, I don't know if I'm the expert to answer that. I think they're fairly simple cycle CTs.
Okay, well, it's got a lot of moving parts.
I'll let you comment.
Okay, would you agree that a CT has a lot of moving parts?
I would say that generally CT resources have fairly low E4 rates, especially new ones.
Well, my question was, a CT is a mechanically complicated apparatus, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just a pretty general statement.
Okay. Does a solar PV facility have a lot of moving parts that can break down?
Again, I think that's just a very general statement that I don't really have a comment on.
Okay. Well, let's talk about ELCC a little bit. I think of ELCC as a sort of shorthand way of measuring the capacity contribution of a particular kind of resource. Is that more or less accurate?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that the ELCC value of a particular kind of resource depends in part on how much of that resource is on the system, right?
That's right.
Mr. Olson testifies that the ELCC of a resource also depends on the amount of other kinds of resources on the system. Do you recall his testimony on that?
Yes.
And would you agree with Mr. Olson that the ELCC value of a particular kind of resource depends in part on how much of other resources are on the system?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And you would also agree that the ELCC value of solar can be enhanced by the presence of storage on the utility system. Is that right?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Would you agree that the ELCC value of a solar generator can be enhanced by the presence of energy storage on that system?
Generally, I think of it the other way around, especially in the DEC and DEP system, because there's already significant solar on the system. And so when we add significant solar on the system, we narrow the net peak load. And so then when we add storage, we see some significant benefit in the storage ELCC values.
So what you're saying is that the ELCC value of a storage resource can be enhanced by the presence of more solar on the system, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and why is that?
Attorney Snowden,
Yes, sir.
are you finished with
I'm
the
sorry.
exhibit, sir?
Yes, sir. I wasn't sure I was going to be finished, but I think I am. Sorry
Thank
about
you,
that.
sir.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Wittermantel. You just said that the ELCC value of storage can be enhanced by the presence of solar on the system. And my question was, why might that be?
So storage can be enhanced because when we add significant solar to the system, our net peak load narrows. And so a 4-hour battery may be able to provide a higher capacity value than it could have if the solar was not there.
Okay. Would you also agree that the ELCC value of solar can be enhanced by the presence of storage on the same system? I'm just speaking in general here.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, yes.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, well, I'm sorry, let me follow up. Why might that be?
I'm assuming because the storage can shift the solar to later in the day.
Thank you. In your rebuttal testimony, you respond to Mr. Olson's critique that Duke didn't model solar and storage in a manner that accounts for the synergies between those two kinds of resources. Do you recall that?
Like you said that I did.
Okay.
Repeat that.
So I'm sorry. I'll say it again. In your rebuttal testimony, you respond to Mr. Olson's critique that Duke didn't model solar and storage in a way that accounts for the synergies between those resources, right? You respond to Mr. Olson's critique? And I can direct you, this is on page 32, around page 32 of your rebuttal testimony.
Yeah, that's correct. I respond to his critique about not modeling the synergies.
Okay. And in your rebuttal, you do agree with Mr. Olson that solar and storage have synergistic capacity values, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And what
But your
page is
response,
that?
I'm sorry. That is, let's see, that'd be on page 34. Okay, so on page 34 of your rebuttal testimony, you say, I agree with the underlying point that storage and solar have synergistic values, right?
Right.
Right, and that's what we were just talking about. One, solar enhances the ELCC of storage, and storage can enhance the ELCC of solar, right?
Yeah, I don't refute that.
Okay. But your response to Mr. Olson is that in the storage ELCC study, the ELCC value of storage reflected that synergy because there was significant solar that was included in the model. Was that your response?
Yes, that's correct. So
All right. Okay, and so the capacity value of storage in the company's model in the optimizer reflected some adjustment for this diversity benefit, as Mr. Olson calls it, right?
that's right, because when we think about when the next need is for DEC and DEP, the system already is going to have X amount of solar. And so when the storage ELCC study was designed, we kind of knew how much solar was going to be on the system in the early year, and then we had some higher projections later years. So we've got, I think we go up to 5,500 in DEP, potentially it's 4,500 in DEC or 4,000, I can't recall. So we're creating this matrix. I think the difference here is Witness Olson has this specific method that he calls a surface ELCC, and all I'm saying is that our method is, given the situation for DEC and DEP, already captures that synergistic value. Solar's on the system. So the next resource to add would be storage, and that storage gets the capacity value benefit of the solar already being there. That is my point in my rebuttal.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the service concept. So the ELCC value for storage that was produced by the storage study, does that change at all depending on how much solar is on the system?
It does increase, and what's interesting, I think if we were to look at the results in detail, is that it's a fairly small increase because the level that we started with already has a lot of solar in it. So we're already getting most of that synergistic value in the first tranche of solar we're looking at. And so when we add the next tranche of solar, we see an increase, but it's fairly low. We can look at some numbers if you would like in the exhibit. But what it tells me is that we're already getting most of the synergistic value already. And so the capacity values that the company is using in its expansion plan for storage are already getting that benefit and have already been inflated for that.
So when Mr. Olson talks about a service, can you explain what he means by a service?
I probably need to go to my testimony and actually read the definition that I use. Or can you pull up Mr. Olson's, find it?
Sure. Right. Page 31 of your rebuttal testimony, you discuss this, if that's.
Witness Olson describes an ELCC surface as a modeling output that characterizes the ELCC of multiple resources on a given system. He describes this as necessary in order to capture the diversity benefits. Yeah, that's what it says. That's how he defines it.
Okay, that's how, well, okay. So for purposes of the IRP, the ELCC value of storage was established by the 2020 storage ELCC study, right?
That's right.
Okay, and the ELCC value of solar was established by the 2018 solar capacity value study, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that was also performed by Astrape.
That's correct.
Okay. So the modeling conducted for the 2018 solar capacity value study did not include significant amount of storage, did it?
Yep. I mean, outside of pump storage, yeah, I'm sure there was not any significant amount of battery storage on the system.
Okay, so the ELCC values for solar that Duke is relying on in its IRP don't account for any diversity benefit between solar and storage, right?
So we're modeling the system as it is, so there is no battery on the system. So we're determining what is the solar ELCC on the system. And then we did project upward. But as we project upward, the winter LOLE all becomes, the LOLE all shifts to the winter. So these solar ELCC values in the winter are going to be less than 5% or so, whether storage is there or not, in my opinion.
Okay, well, let me ask the question. I'm sorry, let me ask the question again. The ELCC values for solar that Duke relies on its IRP don't account for any diversity benefit between solar and storage, do they?
Because all the diversity benefit is given to the battery because the solar is already on the system.
Okay, so you didn't, when you modeled ELCC values for solar, you didn't include storage, right?
That's right.
Okay.
It didn't add additional battery that could potentially be there in the future. There were no projections of what the battery would be in 2018.
Okay, and you didn't update the results of the 2018 solar study after conducting the 2020 storage study, right?
That's correct. And so the company did not ask us to do that. I think I note that in my rebuttal, and that's kind of, as I said just a minute ago, once you get to a certain level of solar, the LOLE shifts to the winter, and so the capacity values are extremely low for solar. And so there's really no reason to rerun. There was not a huge need to rerun the solar ELCC, I think is what the company, but you probably need to ask Witness Snyder or Kalimba about that. But there was no plans to rerun the solar ELCC study because of what we saw in the 2020 resource adequacy study, that all the LOLE was still in the winter. So it wasn't worth the time to go and rerun the study to produce very similar results, 1 to 3% capacity value in the winter.
So there was no attempt to model whether additional storage on the system would increase the ELCC value of solar in those winter LOLE events?
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't simulated. I can comment.
Okay. So as Mr. Olson describes in his Sir rebuttal testimony, the optimization Duke model that Duke used for its IRP picked the amount of solar in each case before selecting the optimal amount of storage. Is that right?
I'm not as familiar with how they did that, but if that's what, well, you probably need to ask Witness Snyder, but that sounds correct.
Okay, so is it your understanding that in optimizing the amount of solar in each resource plan, Duke's model couldn't consider the synergies between solar and storage? Or rather, did not consider the synergies between solar and storage? Let me withdraw that question. Let me ask it another way. Is your understanding of how the optimization model worked that the model picked the amount of solar on the system first, and then made a later optimize the amount of storage for that amount of solar and other resources?
I think you need to ask the company witnesses on that. I would agree with you. I think that's probably the case, but I honestly am pretty far from what happened in the optimization.
Understood. But if that is in fact how the optimizer operated, wouldn't it be true that optimizer wouldn't be considering the benefits, but the synergies between solar and storage in figuring out how much solar to add to the system?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Snowden. It's Rebecca Doolin with Duke.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I couldn't see her face. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wintermantel has told Mr. Snowden that he is not familiar with the system optimization model that Duke uses or the details around how the model uses the results coming from the Astrape study. And so I would object to this line of questioning to the extent that it continues to ask for information outside of what witness Wintermantel can testify to of his personal knowledge.
This is my last question in this line of questions, and Mr. Wintermantel clearly understands how ELCC values work. So we'll just limit it to that last question. That's all right.
I'll reserve my right to object after I hear the question. Thank you, Mr. Snowden. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And so I've forgotten the last question.
Okay. All right, sorry. So, and this is Mr. Olson discusses this in her rebuttal responses to your rebuttal testimony. If it's the case that the optimizer picked the amount of solar first and optimize that for the system, and then pick the amount of storage later, isn't it the case that the optimizer wouldn't calculate the benefits, the synergies between solar and storage when picking the amount of solar to put in the system?
So I certainly look at it a different way in that the solar is already on there, and that the synergistic value is all given to the battery, which has not been added to the system yet. So that is the next contingent resource. Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, and I'm almost done here. Mr. Wintermantel, in your rebuttal testimony, this is, I think, looking at page 42, you respond to Mr. Olson's concerns regarding the modeling of fixed tilt versus tracking solar in the 2018 solar capacity value study. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. Olson's concern was that in the 2018 study, Astrape assumed that 40% of future solar would be fixed tilt and 60% would be single axis tracking. Do you recall his testimony on that?
Yes, and so those numbers were provided by the company in 2018 for modeling purposes.
Okay, and Mr. Olson's concern is that this is not a realistic assumption because the solar industry has basically shifted to single axis tracking and that very, very few fixed tilt systems are being installed. Do you recall his testimony on that?
I do.
Okay, and you don't disagree with Mr. Olson's view that it's not reasonable to assume that 40% of new installed solar will be fixed tilt, do you?
I mean, at the time of this study in 2018, I would have certainly yielded, and I did yield to the company's assumptions here, which I think were based on, and you have to ask witness Kalimba or witness Snyder, but I think in 2018, that was probably the projections that they were thinking. So I really can't speak to it. You know, I will say, I mean, I think, yeah, a lot of the new projects are tracking, certainly.
Well, so in 2021, is it reasonable to assume that 40% of new projects will be fixed tilt?
Yeah, again, you know, we're relying on the company's assumptions, and if that's what they're projecting, then that's what we're including in the model. So I think you need to ask the company witnesses about those projections. Yeah.
Okay, well, as an expert, I'm asking you whether you think that's a reasonable assumption.
And honestly, I'm probably just not the expert that's going to know that 60-40. I'm not saying that 60-40 might be. We should have more of the tracking, but I really just don't have a good feel for North Carolina solar projects, what are coming on and what's in their interconnection queue, what their projections are. So I think you really have to rely on them. But I do see in other RFPs, yeah, significant tracking advantages.
Mr. Wintermantel, thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have.
Yep.
South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Sierra Club, Natural Resources Defense Council, Upstate Forever.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have some questions on behalf of South Carolina Coastal Conservation League et al. I won't say all the names of the groups.
Thank you, Attorney Thompson.
And I'm sorry, this is Attorney Goodwin Thompson for the court reporter. Apologies.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Proceed. Thank you. Good afternoon. I think we are at afternoon, Mr. Wintermantel.
Good afternoon, Ms. Thompson.
In your rebuttal, and I apologize, I'm working with two monitors, so I'm gonna, if I appear a little bit shifty, that's why. In your rebuttal, you say that the companies are at the low end of the range for winter planning reserve margins in the region. Do you not?
I do, and that is based on the ORS testimony that put together that table. Right. That was not my analysis.
Right, but you do point that out in your rebuttal, do you not? I do. And you would agree that the planning reserve margin for a given utility needs to be based on each utility's unique service territory and system, would you not?
Sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
And we can just break it down a little bit. So that is going to depend on a number of factors, wouldn't it?
Sure.
And this would include things like the generating fleet. Correct.
That's correct.
Characteristics, pardon me, characteristics of customer usage,
Sure.
weather.
I would agree, but the weather, I think the table we're looking at is mostly southeast type utilities, so the weather's probably pretty similar.
Fair enough. And then also assistance from neighbors, or the degree to which a utility has the opportunity from assistance from neighbors would be another factor. Would you agree?
Sure.
And that's the fact that there are those numerous, distinguishing factors that might distinguish one utility from another. That's why utilities need to hire a STRAPE to do resource adequacy studies to take those factors into account, correct?
That's correct.
Now, on page 16 of your rebuttal, you say that a lower reserve margin adds risk to customers during extreme cold events. Do you not?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Maintaining, oh, I apologize. Please take time if you need to get there.
So what page?
I have that as on page 16 of your rebuttal. Should try to get them myself. And I can tell you the. Oh, yes. It's lines 17 and 18, sort of the tail end of the last sentence on that page. A lower winter reserve margin adds risk to customers during extreme cold events.
Yes.
Okay. Now, maintaining a higher reserve margin, on the other hand, may require building additional capacity, correct?
That's correct.
And that would add costs for customers, would it not?
It would add cost, but also production cost savings. I think when you add a new type of resource, whether it be a CT or any resource, you're going to typically get some energy savings as well that would flow to customers. But then certainly there's capital cost to building new plants.
So there may be some offsetting, when you add capacity, there may be some offsetting of the cost from energy benefits, but in general, you're going to have a net cost from adding new capacity, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the planning reserve margin is aimed at ensuring the utility has enough capacity to serve load even during periods of extreme cold, correct?
That's correct.
Generally. And there are ways to reduce or shift winter peak demand that could help to assure resource adequacy during those extreme cold events, are there not?
What are you referring to?
Yeah, okay, I'll give you some examples. I'll break it down a bit and then break my questions up a bit. In your rebuttal, you mentioned that part of the reason for the significant winter load response in DEC and DEP is the high percentage of residential electric heating load. Does that sound right?
I think I said that DEP had a higher residential heating load than DEC, but I think in general, the Southeast has a high residential heating load, sure.
A high residential electric heating load, and would you agree that's attributable to the fact that there's just a lot of electric heat in the Southeast?
That's correct.
And you're aware of the winter peak study that was commissioned by the companies, are you not?
Very, very peripherally. I've not even read it, but my understanding is that study was based on the 2018 heat day, but that's about the extent of my knowledge on it.
Well, my question is just going to be very, very general. If you don't know, that's fine. But are you aware that the consulting firms that conducted the winter peak study for the companies did identify a number of demand side solutions and emerging technology opportunities for targeted energy and demand savings during winter peak times?
Yeah, I think that was the purpose of the study, but I really have no idea on the numbers or the amounts.
And that's fine. I wasn't going to ask you. That's all. Thank you.
Yep.
And apologies for talking over you. Going to page 14 of your rebuttal, you cite a study by the Electric Power Research Institute, acronym EPRI, for the proposition that extreme weather events are occurring more frequently. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And on page 25 of your rebuttal, you cite that study again, saying that EPRI has released a report that states extreme weather events are becoming more, not less frequent. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Now let's see, let's take a quick look at that EPRI report. I am not seeking to introduce this, but just you know what? Just to make sure that we're talking about the same thing, I'm going to attempt to share this on my screen. If you could bear with me just a moment. Actually, I don't think I really need to. Let's see if we can do it without that, and then if so, I'll try to share it. So in that, is it correct that the EPRI report you're referencing was titled Exploring the Impacts of Extreme Events, Natural Gas Fuel, and Other Contingencies on resource adequacy, I think. Does that sound like the report that you were referencing?
I trust that's the right report.
Let's see. We'll find.
Yeah,
let me
it's referenced in my rebuttal. Yeah, that's correct.
And it's page. Yeah. Okay, it is a report. That is the correct report. Now, EPRI itself does not, in fact, perform meteorological analysis or climate analysis, does it, to your knowledge?
Yeah, I'll probably agree with that.
Now, one of the sources that EPRI cited for the proposition that you quoted was the U.S. government's fourth national climate assessment. Do you recall noticing that footnote when you were reading the EPRI report?
I don't recall.
Do you have any reason to, would you accept some subject to check that EPRI was relying on and citing that fourth national climate assessment in its report?
Yeah, subject to check.
And you wouldn't have any reason to dispute the findings of the U.S. government's fourth national climate assessment, would you?
Well, I have not reviewed that, or I'm certainly not a climatologist. I probably don't have a whole lot of comments on it, honestly.
Well, this does, I think, relating to some of the points that you made in your rebuttal, I'll represent to you that you may recall that Mr. James Wilson quoted the fourth national climate assessment in his rebuttal and as follows, saying that cold extremes have become less severe over the past century. For example, the coldest daily temperature of the year has increased at most locations in the contiguous United States. The temperature of extremely cold days, 1 in 10-year events, generally exhibited the same pattern of increases as the coldest daily temperature of the year. Would you have any reason to dispute that statement from the climate assessment?
No.
All right. Well, we can move on. On your, in your rebuttal testimony, again, this is on page 29, you claim that in your experience, Mr. Wilson, and this is James Wilson, has never provided a critique about an assumption that would increase the reserve margin. Do you recall that?
Yes, so in my experience with Mr. Wilson, he certainly was involved in the 2016 Duke reserve margin study and this one, and I think he might have been involved in the Southern Company, which I wasn't personally involved in, but with my experience with Mr. Wilson, yeah, he has certainly never pushed on critiques or assumptions that would increase reserve margin.
And so I think you partly answered my what was going to be my next question, which was this was based on your experience reviewing Mr. Wilson's critiques of the 2016 and 2020 RA studies. And then you've said you do or do not have personal experience reviewing Mr. Wilson's work with regard to Southern Company.
I have very limited knowledge of the Southern Company work, but my colleague certainly was involved at Astrape, and Astrape was involved, but I wasn't detail involved.
So you did not personally review any of Mr. Wilson's critiques related to the Southern Company subsidiary or utility that you're mentioning?
I would just say I was aware of them, but yeah, I did not spend significant time reviewing those critiques.
And you have not reviewed all of Mr. Wilson's previous testimony and advocacy before regulatory bodies and in stakeholder groups, have you?
Certainly not all of his testimony.
So you're not aware that, in fact, on several occasions, Mr. Wilson has, in fact, argued for higher reserve margins or made critiques that would result in higher reserve margins?
I'm not aware.
Subject to check.
Subject to check, yeah, I'm not aware of those.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping with you to clean up the record. Please turn to page, bear with me just a moment, page 16 of your rebuttal. And if it's helpful, I can do a screen share, but.
There.
Everybody. Okay. And on lines 5 to 7, you say, further adding to the confusion is witness Wilson's response to the company's discovery request on this issue, which states Mr. Wilson's testimony did not purport to recommend a specific reserve margin. You see that?
I do.
All right, let's take a look at your rebuttal exhibit 1. I'm going to try to share this on my screen, so just bear with me for a moment. Oh, everything looks really tiny. If I get the wrong thing, just bear with me. Does this appear to be your rebuttal exhibit 1?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, as other attorneys have experienced, it is very hard to tell from my screen how it's looking to you. Is that legible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So what is your rebuttal exhibit 1?
So this seems to be a data request we had to Mr. Wilson around his recommendation.
Okay, and is this the data request that you were, this is the data request that you were citing on page 16 of your rebuttal in the sentence I just read to you, is it not? When you said you referred to witness Wilson's response to the company's discovery request on this issue, which states And I'm reading from your rebuttal now, which states Mr. Wilson's testimony did not purport to recommend a specific reserve margin.
That's right, and it seems that's what he says in his response here. Mr. Wilson's testimony did not purport to recommend a specific reserve margin.
Right, but do you see there that it says the quoted portion of Mr. Wilson's testimony? And you omitted that from the quote on on lines 5 to 7, page 16 of your rebuttal, did you not?
If I did, it wasn't intentional, but I'm not sure I'm quite following.
Sure, just trying to clean up the record. Now I'm going to stop sharing this document and try to share another document. I don't think there's a way to do it side by side, unfortunately. Let's see what this is. Bear with me. I think I'm gonna have to close this other document, or I have too many things on the screen. The WebEx can't tell which thing I'm trying to share. All right, let me try this. Okay. Mr. Chairman, this is going to be a cross-examination exhibit that I have provided in advance to Ms. Elise Wilson via email and Federal Express, which I will now email to with Mr. Wintermantle, all council and commission staff as instructed. If y'all can just bear with me for a moment. And then I'll share it. Mr. Wintermantle, this should be coming to you via email along with your counsel. And then Ms. Wessinger Hill, I'm not sure what the process is, but if it's appropriate, if you could kindly distribute the document that was provided in advance and that was pre-marked as CCL et al. Wintermantle Cross Exhibit 1 to the commissioners and staff, I would appreciate that. I've also just emailed it to the addresses that you had instructed us to email it to. And then I'm going to try to share this. And I will say, Madam Court Reporter, I have pre-marked this document for identification as CCL et al. Wintermantle Cross Exhibit 1. See if this works. Is everybody, Mr. Wintermantle, are you able to see that on your screen now?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, does that appear legible to the commission?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Wintermantle, I will represent to you that this is the full response to the data request that you excerpted in your rebuttal exhibit 1. Please just take a moment to review it to make sure you recognize the document.
Yep, it looks like the same document.
And well, you said it looks like the same document. Would you agree with me that you have, in your rebuttal exhibit, you clipped the response to the data request after the portion that you quoted? And in fact, this response goes on for 2 pages in which Mr. Wilson explained why he believed the planning reserve margins would be lower if the flaws that he identified were corrected.
Yeah, it seems that way. I'm assuming it was unintentional.
Oh, and understood. I'm certainly not ascribing any ill intent. I just wanted to clarify the record so that the record was clear what the response to the data request actually said. I think I can stop sharing this if I can figure that out. let's see. Mr. Wintermantel, thank you for answering my questions. I believe that's all I have for you. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Attorney Thompson, did you intend to introduce that document into the record as an exhibit?
Oh, yes. I would like to move what I had pre-marked as CCL et al. Wintermantel Cross Exhibit 1 into the record as the next hearing exhibit, please, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Apologize, I've lost track of what we're up to, what number we're up to.
We're actually at 13. I think Mr. Snowden intended to admit a document but did not. He marked it but did not admit it. So,
Mr. Chairman, you were correct. I apologize. This is Ben Snowden. If I could, I'd ask that document be admitted into evidence as the next hearing exhibit now. And I apologize for the oversight.
so that is Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association cross exhibit. That would be entered as marked and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 13.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the say CCL et al. Cross exhibit will be marked and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Johnson Development Associates.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Court Walsh here for Johnson Development. No questions for this witness.
Vote Solar.
Taylor Spear for Vote Solar. No questions for Mr. Wintermantel. Thank you.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Andrew with ORS. No questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Irvin.
thank you. Did I understand your testimony that you went back how many years up to 2018?
Yep, so the resource accuracy commissioner looks at weather from 1980 to 2018, correct?
2018?
Yeah.
I'm sure you're aware that 2019 was the second hottest year on record for this area, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. If you added 2019 to the mix, that would affect some of the assumptions, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would change kind of one out of the 39 weather years. Probably not a huge difference in my opinion. But I think as the study gets updated, we would always kind of add on more years.
Right. And in fact, 9 of the 10 warmest years on record were all during the last decade. Isn't that true?
I would, subject to check, I would probably agree with you.
Yes, sir. In fact, the warmest month on Earth on record was January of 2020. And I think we kind of see a trend here. Global warming is pretty well documented. Wouldn't you agree that that's where we're headed?
Yeah, I think from an intensity temperature perspective, we see increase. You know, our study, kind of based on some stakeholder feedback, we did do sort of this climate change sensitivity for the resource accuracy study.
Right.
Yep, where we trended up the temperatures from 1980 up to kind of 2019 based on the trend. And if you can imagine, you know, we talk about warming. I think the assumption in that was based on NOAA data, but it was essentially that we would move 1980 temperatures up by 1.4 degrees to get them to equivalent 2018 temperatures. And so that was a study. What we learned was that it would decrease reserve margin very, very marginally. But the problem I have, and it kind of goes back to what the cross-examining was about, was, you know, EPRI's coming out saying even these extreme cold weather events are occurring more frequently, I think mainly because of these polar vortexes in the last 10 years. You know, we've seen them in 14, 15, and 18. I think there's still an open question about what that looks like going forward. So it's difficult to say what's going to happen in these extreme colds or extreme hots. And so for us, we have a hard time wanting to remove extreme cold temperatures from the data set and not understand how the system would perform under those types of situations.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Pennsylvania Solar Future Plan? Have you had a chance to review that?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I have not.
That's okay. Some of the findings that came out of that, and there's a professor in mechanical engineering and material science at the University of Pittsburgh named Paul Oshnicki, and his thesis is that the optimal combination of storage and renewables, what we're talking about there is of course solar plus storage installations combined can yield competitive economics for higher solar penetration. And even in states that don't have, you know, quality solar resources like California or Nevada. So to mitigate adverse impacts of intermittent solar generation, he concludes that solar plus storage installations can be leveraged to provide additional grid services that would not otherwise be possible with solar or energy storage resources alone. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that certainly solar with storage, you know, you can get some amazing services that you can't get without the storage, with solar being alone. As far as the economics and kind of the other statements there, I'll probably have to review and see. I mean, we certainly use the solar storage coming on the system in places throughout the country.
Right. New York has just rejected a request by the investor-owned utilities there to allow them to purchase storage. They made a decision that it would be better to have third parties that are, you know, vying for the storage business due to the fact that they thought that costs might be lower with third-party vendors. Do you have an opinion on that?
I do not. I mean, obviously competition is a good thing, but I don't know that I have an opinion. I would think you would want third parties, you would want to know what third-party pricing is and compare that to the utility bid.
That's right. Since you mentioned that, do you think a bidding process like an RFP for storage might save ratepayers in the long run in terms of the cost of storage?
I mean, I think anytime you're going to look for new resources, you certainly want to go to market with an RFP, and that there could be savings depending on what type of resource you're looking at.
Right. And theoretically, you could even allow the investor-owned utility to participate in that bidding process, right?
I agree with that.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about is so I think about 7 states have set storage targets through their public service commissions, and I'm wondering if you think that's a good idea, based, you know, as a part of the IRP planning process. Should we have a target for storage going forward over a period of time?
I just don't think I could really comment on that, Commissioner. I think I would always want to know what the economics were along with the reliability of the plan. But yeah, I can't speak to that.
All right. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Commissioner questions? Commissioner Caston?
Good afternoon, Mr. Wintermantel.
Good afternoon.
There's been some discussion on the LOLE. And on page 66, 164 of your study, I think this was the resource adequacy study. And it's been talked about some, but you say Astrape recognizes that a standalone DEC utility would require a 22.5% reserve margin to meet the 1-day and a 10-year standard of LOLE of 0.1. And even with market assistance, DEC would need to maintain a 16% reserve margin. However, given the combined DEC-DEP sensitivity resulting in a 16.75% reserve margin and the 19.25% reserve margin required by DEP to meet the 1-day and 10-year standard LOL of 0.1, Astrape believes a 17% reserve margin as a minimum target is still reasonable. But if I'm understanding this correctly, when you say a minimum target, if Duke Energy Carolinas had to stand alone, does that mean not have resources from DEP or what? I mean,
No, that's a good question. Especially if it's not clear. So when we're saying DEC needs a 22.5% winter reserve margin, that's assuming the DEC balance area is on an island and it's responsible for all its load. The alternative is, in the study, we actually build out the balance areas around DEC one tie away. And while we don't, and essentially the model allows for sharing of resources during some of those peak periods if it's available and the transmission's available. And that's what takes us from the 22.5% for DEC in the island case down to the 16% in the DEC base case. The difference there is we're allowing some assistance from neighbors due to either weather diversity with your neighbors or even generator outage diversity. We certainly don't want to overstate that. We certainly have looked at kind of historical purchases, but the modeling takes all that into account. And so that's the difference. So essentially, yes, DEC would require 22% standalone, but we are thinking it is reasonable to assume you're going to get some of that from neighbor diversity and assistance from your neighbor.
what I'm trying to understand and get my head around is if the LOLE of 0.1 is that golden number, and 17 is a minimum, and I think on your rebuttal, and I did see in the testimony from Mr. Wilson, where I guess there's the back and forth about the 14.5 and then 16.5 this summer, which I'm going to have some of that clarified. What was your argument, I guess, on page 16 that's been referred to a few times of your rebuttal testimony? Whether, I mean, in Mr. Wilson's testimony, the the 14.5% winter and I think it was 16.5% summer translated into that. I didn't follow all that. Can you?
No, I think we do need to clear that up. So, and if we can go there, Mrs. Doolin, and share the actual study, I think it's probably worth going there.
Sure. Can you point me to the page where you go?
Yeah, let me see if I can find the table here. So table 11 in the DEP study.
Okay, I have it. Is that the one on page 48 of 164?
Yes, I think it's on the screen now. It's 44, yes.
Okay.
So the issue or where we're a little puzzled with Mr. Wilson's recommendation is that the natural occurring reserve margin, and this is actually the DEC study that we have here, but it's similar. But when we have a 14% winter reserve margin based on this table, the corresponding summer is automatically higher. And in DEP, it's actually more exaggerated. It's a 14% in the winter represents a 26% in the summer. And that's just because there's so much solar capacity. So the solar capacity value is high. So the reserve margin is higher in the summer. So the natural occurring reserve margin is this relationship.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is Rebecca Doolin. Nick, can you, Mr. Woodall, I'm sorry, could you point me to the DEP table?
Yeah, I think it should be table 11 as well.
Sorry, bear with me just a minute.
Sure. There we go. So, I think we just looked at the DEC study, Commissioner, and it was 14 and roughly 16% was the corresponding summer. In DEP, it's more exaggerated. A 14% winter is equivalent to a 26% summer, just because that's the way the resource mix is with solar. And so Mr. Wilson was assuming that a 14.5% summer would get us to a 16.5% winter. And so we were puzzled because if we put in a 14.5% summer, you can imagine in this table, we've got to go far left and our winter reserve margin target would be extremely low, 5%. And so all that said, our recommendation is a winter reserve margin of 17%. But if the resource mix changes, we want a secondary recommendation is that we don't want the summer reserve margin to drop below 15. But given the current resource mix, if you maintain a 17% winter, you're going to clearly have a 15% summer. And I think one of the reasons we got to 17 is the study, we really didn't have any epiphanies from the 2016 study. The 2016 study ultimately recommended a 17% reserve margin as well. And the analysis, we didn't have huge changes from that. And so we maintained the 17 as it served us well since then. The results supported it. And so that's where we came down on 17%. We realized DEP, mainly because of its cold weather loads, to meet 1 in 10, and its base case needed a little higher. DEC needed a little lower, and then the combined case was around 17 at 16.75, and so that's how we arrived at 17. But does this clear up the relationship between winter and summer reserve margin for DEC and DEP?
I think so. And let me ask you this. If the winter reserve margin was 17%. Is it linear? Is this linear? So between the 16 and 18, so the corresponding summer margin would be 18 something percent if that's linear, is that correct?
Yeah, so in the top table, if the winter reserve margin is 17, then we would expect the corresponding summer to be in between the 28.2 and the 30.2. So call it 29.2. I do think this table is fairly linear for those purposes. So what that says is that DEP, because of the way their resource mix is, they really don't have any issues in the summer because of this high reserve margin. And so the 17% is the risk. But what we noted is we never want the companies to allow a summer reserve margin to go below 15. And currently it's nowhere near that.
Okay, a couple more things just to clear up for me. In all the early conversations about storage, you know, I get the uncertainty for the operator. I can't remember who was cross-examining you at the time, to be honest. Because, you know, trying to guess when the peak starts in the morning, you know, you could be off a little bit. But I was trying to understand the reliability better. If it's 400 megawatts, it was 94 to 97. If it goes to 800, it's less, 89 to 94. Explain that. Try to clear that up just a little bit for me if you can.
Yeah, so if you think about it, and it's kind of hard to without a picture, but so when you think about let's just talk about the winter or winter the winter load shape. So in the morning, we've got this 2 or 3 hour, pretty needle peak. So it actually fits pretty well with storage, right? So a 4 hour storage, that first megawatt's going to do a pretty good job on that. But when we dispatch it over that short morning peak, it's going to flatten that shape. So the next 4 hour storage may need to cover a little longer duration of that peak. As we add more and more of this storage, I'm picturing this morning peak flattening out. And because of that, we need longer duration storage as we increase storage capacity. And so that's why we see this decline. And, you know, the numbers I think I read off in my initial testimony, we're trying to summarize the full matrix that we analyzed. Go to those numbers real quick. But yeah, for DEP, we looked at 800 megawatts of storage all the way up to 3,200. The first 800, you know, was in the 94 to 97% range. And then the average of the 2,400, that's when you started seeing a capacity value decline down to 80%. I mean, in my experience, these capacity values are pretty substantial. And I think they're taking advantage of this morning winter peak is where the issue is. Whereas if we had a lot of resource adequacy risk in the summer, we would expect that to be a broader peak, and that the storage value would not be as high. The same numbers for DEC. We looked at 400 megawatts all the way up to 1,600 megawatts. The first 400 tranche was in the 92 to 100% range. And by the time you got up to 1,600 megawatts of 4 hour storage, it was in the 80 to 86% range. And those ranges are based on different solar levels. So when we add solar, we saw a little increase in storage value.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And back to, I guess this was one of the exhibits. I think this was the exhibit 13 on the New Mexico thing, the PNM, and I'm not sure I totally understood this, and I want to make sure I understand this. What he had highlighted, it says, let's see, well, I guess it's what I highlighted. PNM is now using unforced capacity, UCAP. UCAP is traditional generating resource. And then the highlighted part was this change in conjunction with using the ELCC results from intermittent and energy limited resources treats capacity from all resources equivalently. Was this your recommendation or something that P&M had decided to do? I mean,
Yeah, this was P&M's decision. I think Astrape on this point was fairly indifferent, and I think I tried to relay that in the cross. Is, you know, we're fairly indifferent. It's a reporting mechanism. I do think, as I said in my testimony, that in New Mexico that it does probably put it on better equivalence, but because we didn't have an E4 modeled in our ELCC analysis, we really weren't penalizing the solar in these studies. But again, I do think this is a fairly small difference reporting. And there's a lot of utilities out there who are using ICAP. So, you know, I don't know if the industry's moving here or not, but that's my experience.
but I guess you answered that question for me because I was a little fuzzy there. That wasn't your recommendation. It's just what they chose to use at some point in time.
Yes, as part of their latest IRP, they did make the change and recommend that. Yep.
All right, that cleared that up. Also, you're a mechanical engineer, as I understand it, right?
That's correct. I'm not sure I've used much of that in a while, but yes, I'm a mechanical engineer.
I was wondering about that too. A Wolfpack man, I think.
No, Alabama Crimson Tide.
Oh, that's right. Birmingham, Alabama, I think it was.
That's correct.
Sorry, I didn't mean to drag you to the ACC. In any event, I've heard, you know, we've had some discussion about climate and weather and data points and heat and all this kind of stuff. You're not a climatologist, I know.
Right.
When it comes to planning or working on these particular documents and looking at peaks, winter, summer, whatever those are, is there a standard time frame, standard resource, or something that for these type studies that you use or is used to determine those? Is that purely the previous 10 years, previous 20 years, previous 30 years of the electrical utilities records? What is the basis?
I mean, generally, and I think some use different terms. We like to use as much as possible. So what we find, you know, it's somewhat of a data issue and practicality issue, right? So 1980 is kind of where we've seen the hourly NOAA weather data be cleaner to where there's not as many holes in it. So we kind of start with 1980 in a lot of our analysis, and then just go forward and add more years. Obviously, when we add another year, that makes 1980 or 1985 less probable because we're getting a longer duration. I think the difficulty in the climate change question is, I do think we see, you know, our analysis shows if you look at average temperatures, excuse me, we see a increase in average temperatures over the period. And so I think our sensitivity that was worked with on stakeholders kind of showed that if we kind of detrend that data, make the old 1980 data come up to 2018 data, we tried to analyze that. But I think what that misses is, are we getting the frequency right? And I think that's still the open question with the polar vortexes and those sorts of things, and kind of what we just saw in Texas. You know, for us, we're not wanting to just remove extreme weather from the analysis. So that's kind of where we are. I think there's this open question around cold weather in the future, given the recent polar vortexes that have been occurring.
Well, oddly enough, as an engineer, somehow I would have expected that response, I guess. You know, I'm not that familiar with that particular planning you know, my background's a little different, more in water, wastewater, and that kind of stuff. So when I look at that planning, I'm a lot more familiar with that. And typically in that industry, some of the planning's done on the last, well, this was a few years back now, the last 86 years of data, because I saw the string gauge staging data they had. But, you know, there were other things that some considered, some did not. Are you familiar with dendroclimatology?
I can't say I am.
Nor was I. But it's actually the study of tree rings, you know, old growth
Okay.
trees. And, you know, looking at, you know, when there were droughts, when there were not. And paleoclimatology, which looks at the same. That and archaeological stuff, you know, that was kind of my background. But reason I asked that question is, at least from my experience, it was a challenge to make assumptions based on worst case. It depended on the range of the data. In other words, if I looked at the last 86 years of data as far as water, things not too bad. The worst drought was, that time it was 1980, then it was 2000, and I think it was 2000 something else. But looking at that dendro and paleoclimatology, and you go back 500 years, 1,000 years, there were droughts of biblical proportion. So my point being, whatever period you're using, is it possible it was worse or better 100 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago?
Yeah, no, I agree. There can be some movements depending on the period, and we see that in this case. You know, I guess we just don't really have any, at least with the way the study was performed, which was 1984, we don't really have any basis to say we're not going to dial up 1985 weather again, you know, 1 out of 40 years, if we roll the dice 40 times, that we're not going to see that cold winter day again. And so, you know, I think obviously it's a risk policy question, but I would be very hesitant to remove some of these colder winter days, because essentially what you're doing is, if I remove that type of day, which is when I would expect to shed loads, that is kind of where my 1 day in 10 falls. That means I'm going to lower my reserve margin, and I'm probably going to shed on days like 2018 or 2015 more often. I mean, we see some loss of load expectation in even 2014 and 18. But essentially, by removing some of the most extreme that we think is possible, we're going to lower reserve margin and have more frequent events in some of these milder years, which is not something I think we would want.
You're familiar with Murphy's Law?
Yeah.
Well, we don't use that, but that said, is it safe to say we don't want a Texas type situation occur?
I mean, you know, a 17% winter reserve margin does not mean we're never going to have issues or shed load. I mean, if we have a 0 degree or a -5 degree day, it's going to take some of the right things happening to get by with a 17% winter reserve margin. I mean, our analysis shows we get down to those levels with the load response, you know, you're going to have some diversity with your neighbors. You're going to have to get by, I think, on those days. So I don't want us to ever say that we're not going to shed load. But yeah, you certainly don't want the Texas situation that they had this year. That was very unfortunate.
Thank you, Mr. Wintermantle.
Yes. Yes, sir.
We're in recess until 2:10.